year, new teams, new faces.
I know my destiny.
8 teams, 7 weeks of best of one round robin leading up to that playoffs. And look, this one could get really, really hot real quick.
It's a battle for all the bragging rights, all the trash talker rights, plus the money on top of it also. Plenty of incentive.
Onami.
Just a time game this done, and Nitro in return, and it's right next to him, Campo.
Altered Zelios.
Extreme court looking the wrong way. The jump in, Snip's going to find both.
Underground Esports Club.
Got support as well. JPK taking Jacko. Lonely dropped MML, but KJ as well falling the Majestic. It's all over. It was Underground Gamer coming in and upset in week 1. His karma's just in. Down to 2. And taking care of the Cave Claw and Memorial. 4 teams on 3 points. 4 teams on none. Look, I mean, it sets up a bit of a race towards the end of the stage.
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for New Belt Nitro signal, and he fell for it. He's looking to give coverage for his teammate. Right, can he lock it down? Yes, he can, but the swing's in. Triple for Shaq. No time. Pun has to swing in. Jordy's pulled off. He won it. Around.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
As night begins to set here in ANZ on a Wednesday evening, it can mean only one thing. We're back for Playday 2 of 2022's LPL Pro season. Coming into tonight, Cthulhu, we've had this stage set with a massive Playday 1. Coming to Playday 2, though, anything is possible.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look, week 1 has been absolutely explosive, albeit arguably the ISP's been kind of mainly the MVPs of week number 1.
Now, of course, if you don't want to have to deal with any dicey ISP issues, make sure you use !Orcon in chat. If you sign up for one of the 18-month programs, you can also bag yourself a free gaming package worth over $1,000, a chair, mouse, keyboard, and headset all in one. It's a pretty sweet deal, so make sure you check it out. And Cthulhu, of course, as we head into this competition, we've already had Playday 1. We have 6 more. It is a 7-week best of one round robin competition leading to the top 4 making it into the playoffs.
Yeah, look, quite a long run for quite a number of teams here. And honestly, well, they get to battle it all out for the great bragging rights, plus, well, the prize money.
Yeah, look, it's no small chunk of change that is on the cards here, of course. $3 grand in total. First place walking away with a cool $1,200.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, perfect amount of incentive here, plus a plenty amount of learning potential for a number of teams, given that we have quite a wide variety of the skill sets coming into LPL Pro.
And we got to see a decent showcase of that skill set as well coming out of week 1. It was a big day with some big matches to boot. Now, we saw 3 of 4, but it kicked off. Team 7 going toe-to-toe with Onami. Now, Team 7, they came in. They made a statement. The new kids on the block really pushed Onami, not quite to their limit, but Onami really had to work for the victory.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Still, though, Onami did keep that composure rather well, and Smacker was at the forefront of it all with himself and Yui, and just doing some absolutely stunning work. As well as that, Ghoul was able to pitch in with players. So as it stands, yeah, look, Team 7, a valiant effort, unfortunately couldn't even score themselves a singular point and push it into OT.
Yeah, look, same as everyone else, we didn't go to OT, but match 2 of the evening, ANZ Esports, despite coming out with a hiss and a roar, couldn't quite best Altered Zelios, who, look, they brought their A game last week. They're coming into this week looking to do the same, but there is a lot of potential in our matches today. Match 3, of course, just around the corner was another spicy one. No, actually it wasn't. We didn't see it. Warriors and Odium unfortunately didn't play to do those ISP issues. But, I mean, look, they set us up for some great matches. And closing out the evening, it could have been dicier. But, I mean, Antic, they gave us a lot to work with.
Absolutely, yeah. Antic put up still a phenomenal show despite some of their issues. But by the conclusion of it all, Altered Zelios kind of just showed that their chaotic nature ended up working out perfectly well.
Yeah, and our last match, of course, a bit of an upset on the cards. The newcomers, Underground Esports Club, taking down the Silver Menace from last year's Oceania Challenge League. We didn't really expect it to go this way.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an absolute just domination by Underground, and look, by the conclusion of it all, 16-20 Kings, well, just looked a little bit demolished there. But still, though, coming out from yesterday's games, they were looking rather dominant, so they're looking to continue their streak here going into week 2 of LPL Pro.
And this is where it left us, of course, the leaderboard on your screen. 4 teams sitting on 3, 4 teams looking to get on the board. But it's that round differential that is the the tiebreaker at the moment until we get to the head-to-head portion. But Odium, look, they walk away flawlessly, having not actually played a single round. Tonight, though, that is going to change. It's Underground Gaming, though, Underground Esports Club, sorry, that is most intriguing to me. Yeah,
Underground could certainly play a really big kind of upset factor here in leaderboard, given their really solid beginning in the season, plus their kind of status of that dark horse, given that even with Team 7, quite a number of players are quite known in the community. With Underground, they have that element of surprise, which could really take control of the momentum against quite a number of teams here.
Well, we have to see how it goes tonight. Of course, our matches here in Play Day 2. Up first, probably the match of the day. Antic R6 taking on Odium. The first time we're getting to see Odium Antic, a little bit more of a known quantity for them. 16-20 Kings take on the Vodafone Warriors in match 2. Both teams coming off that victory last night. Now, match 3, Underground Esports Club, can they carry on that upset momentum from last week to take down an Onami or not? And then closing it out, another banger match, Altered Zelios versus Team 7. In your mind, Cthulhu, which is probably going to be the most volatile match?
Look, the most volatile, I'm thinking between either the 16-20 Kings or the Underground Gaming versus Onami, because for Underground Gaming, it is, well, the storyline being that they already claimed a win against the team from Challenger League. Now they're looking to take a win against the team from Nationals, and it is looking to be rather deadly. But on the other hand, Antic versus Odium, look, this is the first showcase for Odium in LPL Pro.
Now let's jump on into the matchup. Of course, up first it is Antic R6 coming hot off the back of a very convincing win last night. Wazoo, Karma, Owen, River, and Nasty Face Cream stepping back, letting Karma play tonight. This is a team who last night took a 7-1 victory. No one expected it. They have been lossless up until last night in their competitive season. Tonight they look to double down.
Absolutely. Look, yeah, they managed to show some absolutely stunning performance, and Wazoo has been at the forefront of the play, being able to really play around and find those openings really, really well.
No, River is actually on camera right now. He's devil stare down the lens. He's ready to go for tonight. But Cthulhu, their opponents tonight are no slouches. In fact, they have come from relegations. They got relegated out of the Nationals, came back in because the team disbanded, and they have been taking down the best of the best in ANZ. It is Odium Esports, Sawyer, Twent, Logic, Edpan, and Shaq. A combination of 2 of the best teams coming out of Tier 2 ANZ last year.
Absolutely. Look, yeah, Big Dogs had a great amount of potential back in last year's Challenger League, but unfortunately kind of kept on that whole trend of 3rd place, whereas for Overt, they were a team that they kept on bouncing up and down in between Nationals and Challenger League, and now kind of blending in 2 rosters together, ended up generating Odium, the team that ended up being one of the top performers currently in the national scene. And as it stands, look, yeah, Odium statistically are looking to be the big bad, kind of the final boss of LPL Pro.
And our 2 players do we want to keep an eye on for this matchup tonight? Of course, it is understandable. Wazoo coming off his absolute heater last night, taking down LFO in the Challenger League against Logic, who has, look, last year there were some struggles for him and his team. He's come into 2022, joined this Odium roster. He has shown immense improvements, not just in his gameplay alone, but his attitude towards the game, his maturity. He is looking like someone who could contend at the top level of Siege and ANZ.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely the growth in Logic has been rather impressive. And overall, yeah, look, the one cool thing about Logic so far has been is the fact that how flexible he was about his roles back in the Big Dogs roster, now in Odium as well, and being able to be quite flexible in the utility department as well as the fragging has been certainly a very formidable thing.
Now, before we get into the Matt Vito's figure out where we're going, we did actually sit down and have a bit of a chat with coach, or now player, Owen from Antic R6. So here, have a look, see what he says.
Hi, my name is Owen, and I play for Antic R6. The confidence level at Antic, to be honest, is a bit low because we've had a pretty rough season trying to figure out the chemistry and whatnot. So against Odium and for the entirety of LPL Pro, we're more or less just trying to have fun and play well with each other to show that we can still play the video game.
All of a sudden, Antic are in the driver's seat and speeding towards victory.
In practice scrims and whatnot, we do incredibly well, like frag-wise and whatnot, and it feels like official day comes, our fragging ability just takes a nosedive. Like, yeah, it is a bit rough for a couple of us. The majority of the roster has been together for very long. Team strength is that our trust in each other is incredible. If one of us makes a call, we'll be onto it in a second, like in a snap. Like we're onto that. Everyone's just on the ball. The entire team roster is a major threat to us. Like, they're in OCN and very strong team. Watching them play in OCN and LPL Pro, they're very well coordinated. Shaq on that team, incredible frag power, very smart player. He played with us for a little bit in the off season, and we learned so much off of him, and we definitely see him as a big threat to us. I think one thing we've got going for us is the coordination that we have and the trust we have in each other, and us calling aggressive plays that they won't necessarily expect is going to go huge for us against Odium. In the LPL Pro season, you can definitely expect some very entertaining play, a lot of good clips, some silly ones, some impressive ones. You can just expect content from us, 100%.
Look, they seem to have a solid grasp of their situation in this competition at the moment, knowing they are going up against one of the best teams in Oceania at the moment. But I mean, look, if they bring half the play that they brought last night, this could go quite deep.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, I mean, even just the sheer statement that Owen said, talking about just playing for fun, enjoying the game, could really also lean into the fact that they're not really, making as much emphasis that they have that need for winning, aka they don't have much per se to lose, and that kind of attitude could be rather dangerous, especially for a team like Odium, because whereas, yes, Odium could 110%, counter-strike their opponents and everything, against the team that is just playing there for fun and could just usually just bring out some absolutely out of nowhere random strats, it would be really very difficult to get a grasp on.
And, well, of course, getting a grasp on Thornton, especially when it comes to the battlefield, of course. Let's get into the map vetoes to figure out where we're playing today. We've seen a bit of a plethora. We've seen a couple of maps across the board so far. We are going to be going to Villa. Now, look, I say a plethora. We hit Clubhouse in Oregon last week. At least this is something different. We're going to Villa. It is another staple of the ANZ scene. Another map where both teams should be able to showcase what they're capable of.
Yeah, look, Villa is one of those kind of almost tertiary picks for ANZ nowadays, especially Tier 3, Tier 2 scene, and it's one of those maps that does allow you to have a very wide variety of gameplay, namely a very good ground for roam. The downstairs roam is absolutely huge. The sheer amount of effort and variety of entry points for the attack as well does mean that the attacking side could certainly spice it all up and, take any bits of avenue. It's not one of those maps like, say, even Clubhouse or even Oregon, where each and every entry is contested and you kind of have to battle it out at the very beginning. So Villa does provide a little bit more breathing ground for both sides.
We also saw they banned out Theme Park and Skyscraper to close things out. But let's get on into the map. Cthulhu here in Playdate 2. We're heading to Villa for Odium versus Antic 06. Can Antic keep the upset train rolling, or will Odium shut them down as everyone expects to? There is a lot going into this matchup today, of course. For Odium, they don't really want to show too much, given that they're coming close to the end of their stage as well. Antic, look, they've got nothing to lose. They can afford to have a bit of fun and mess around.
Absolutely. Look, that's kind of the main point, yeah, with Odium. For them, they know that they're not really versing a nationals team kind of deal, so they might just, give a little bit more slack to Antic and see what kind of their own shenanigans they could really bring out. Albeit, I'm still expecting Odium to be full serious about it all, and Thatcher ban does certainly facilitate that thing, at least from on the side of Antic. We've kind of memed about it on yesterday's broadcast as well, talking how Thatcher, Flores, and Mira had 100% ban rate. Funnily enough, though, Odium do change things around. They introduced a Jackal ban, something that in a much more flexible setup and a much more flexible meta, Jackal is an extremely frustrating operator to play against, and it does shut down a really great chunk of roam.
I mean, one of the interesting things that we haven't really touched on is 6 of the 10 players in this lobby are veterans of the LPL Pro Tournament. You look nasty, formerly of Ferox. You've got the Exto boys and Sawyer, Edpan, and Twent is ex Bizarre, which goes even back, and PC419 for Shaq. So there are a number of old rosters from this competition represented. But talking about the ban phase, double Spaniards, with both teams banning one each, but Pulse there as well.
Yeah, Pulse kind of ended up slipping out, at least within Tier 2 competition, out of the ban meta, given though he has a lot of potential to absolutely shut down any play. I mean, the shotgun Pulse as well from down below. I mean, Wazoo will be quite familiar with some of the plays on that operator. Unfortunately, not in the best light. But for Odium, look, I mean, even players like Logic, players like even Sawyer could really do a whole great deal of damage. Obviously, though, they won't be able to do so in the context of this very matchup, but they bring in their own concoction of all of the operators.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of changes given that attack repick option, but you look at the defense, we do have that Mozzie on board looking to deny info, plus not just the Valkyrie, but the Alibi as well. They are looking to gain as much as they possibly can while denying as much as possible at the same time.
True, yeah. I am though curious how will just the sole pick of Smoke really come into the swing of things, because I'm assuming that Nasties and Rivers C4s will be kept more so for just the kind of flexible play, and I doubt that there's going to be any sort of vertical denial. On the side of Odium, though, only ever so slight changes. Yes, the Ying is gone, even though, by the way, Ying just recently received a little bit of a cheeky buff, having 4 Candelas instead of 3.
Cheeky buff and a nerf.
And a nerf, but still, you could make it extremely painful for anyone to basically try to defend against her.
We do have the Gridlock in play, though.
True.
Another one hit with that, a buff, I suppose. She now has the 4-track stingers, given the new patch, but I mean, on the whole, there's some massive changes. I'm interested, though. Logic is going to stick out this Armoroo. He's going to look to do a bit of damage with the help of Edpan, if possible. And then you round things out. Shaq on that support role.
Quite surprising, though, that Logic is the one that actually given up the role of line, and it's Edpan that is deciding to take the strides. But it's a full send, actually, full scan, and in comes the first swing. Already, Odium are staying on top, which does result in Antic already having only Nasty and River all staying all alive. C4 might come in about to just shut down any sort of chances. In comes the C4, and it does connect. Nasty does get the better of Sawyer, but in a 3v1 post-plant, look, not a whole lot of things are looking your way.
Yeah, it was just a mad dash onto the site, hitting the utility where it was needed, and it leaves, unfortunately, only 2 players. Now just the one of Nasty to try and clutch up. Commando shots onto the track sting is going to give away the game. They know where he is and what they can do to deal with him. Shots are ringing out through from Bar at the moment. Nasty knows that he's about to be pinched in on. He's got multiple players aggressing onto him, and the stun's there, not helping whatsoever, and Shaq shuts it down. He gets the plant and the final kill, and Eddie, he's going off.
Eddie's just going off. Yeah, look, a good start for Odium, I have to say, albeit a little bit more so of a kind of a casual strat with just full sending the Amaru with the Alliance scan, but still, regardless, that worked out perfectly well, and obviously the aim was quite sharp from Logic, which did open up plenty of room for the swings. Yeah, look, for Antic, understandably, quite hard to expect this kind of play, especially from a team like Odium, but Odium are very much a roster that can do a borderline just full kind of no brain activity, full aggression send, or they can also specialize in a very large brain activity with just a little bit of a much more paced down kind of play.
I mean, yeah, you talk about Logic stepping away from, you know, the Lion, picking at the Armoroo there, but this has been a journey for him this year, stepping away from the more hard supporting roles onto a more frag-centric. He's consistently been stacking up the numbers so far this season.
Well, you say that, stepping away from the hard support. Even online, he was able to keep up back on big dogs with players like Havoc, who would be dedicated to that fragging role. So even online, flexing that V308's magazine size, he would still be able to frag out. But yeah, you are correct. He has been going through that almost a spiritual journey, I suppose you could call it, for himself, which is definitely a good thing to see, seeing that transition. Now Odium, having claimed that first round in their hands, have decided to take it a little more seriously, introducing a extremely difficult to counter, by the way, combination of operators. You have the Nook on Logic. You have 2 operators dedicated to ridding of any sort of utility on the side of the defense, and then Sledge and Hibana for all the necessities of the breaching. So a very well-rounded roster that knows exactly what needs to be done.
Well, as we're looking to get aggressive from Classical, but nothing found just yet. Sawyer, in fact, opting away from the rappel in this northwestern side of the building. Karma, he's going to find the opener. Logic getting a bit too aggressive down below. Shut down in the art studio, and that's your Nook off the board.
Yeah, Nook usually would be usually played on a very wide flank around, but Logic may have taken a little bit over too close of a route, really, for the push. Twin, meanwhile, is playing around in the walking closet, but already his whole team is falling apart as Karma is just ripping into Odium.
The newest addition to this team playing because unfortunately he can't play in CL at the moment, not being 18 of course, but he's taken down the two big dogs of this Odium roster, so to speak, and he's looking to do more damage. Odium, they're going to have to readjust and recalculate their approach to the site, playing for a deficit and with limited utility, especially given that their hard breach is off the board. This could be a tough one.
Yeah, on top of it all, all three Odium players are very much separated from each other, so this could be rather problematic. Karma with a triple already looking to swing in for another one. Karma for quad. Can he find the ace though already? The drone will be confirming the position. In comes the swing from Sawyer looking to do it. Is the ace coming about? Nearly waffles it. Can he find the land? And can he find that frag? Nearly lands it. That decides to run away. Karma. Oh boy, the jiggle.
Oh, they're about to meet. They're about to meet. Spotted! Karma knows where Sawyer is. And unfortunately denied at the finish line there. Sawyer just too crisp with that F2 in hand. Now, though, it comes down to the 1 versus 4 clutch with a minute to remain for him to potentially pick up the win.
Sawyer looking to go for a number of very confident swings, knowing that he has the capabilities of doing so, but doesn't have a proper read. In comes the swing. No, cannot connect and content with that recoil of the F2. Will be granting that second point, or rather, well, second round and first point to Antic Esports. Apart from that, look, maybe a little bit of a misplay on the side of Odium, given that they've tried to go for that one-on-one kind of push, and it didn't particularly really work out. Now seeing already the switch coming about, Odium kind of almost using this matchup as their kind of laboratory for experimenting with certain lineups. I mean, Edpan already catching the Amaru pick, now Finker for Logic. They are still kind of working around slightly changing the utility setup, but the general gist of it is still there.
I mean, it's also worth remembering a bit of an extended break for Odium in the Nationals League. They had to accommodate for Easter weekend, so they played on the Monday rather than the Friday. So it has been a little while since Odium have touched an actual competitive match. You gotta wonder, maybe the rust setting in a little bit, maybe that break from comp doing them a bit dirty. But I mean, look, still, it's only 2 rounds in, and we've seen good stuff from both teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I wouldn't really call it just yet. Certainly have to say that. Interesting introduction of the Thorn, once again, as we kind of talked about it previously, a spicy version of the motion tracker. Could really do a decent amount of job, plus force whoever's attempting to push the Astro stairs to push even further and into the waiting arms of the defense. So there's a few cool setups that Antic could really bring about, albeit now, it's more so now the question of how well will the Odium squad be able to get rid of it, because this lineup is looking extremely difficult and dangerous as Karma already falls.
That's unfortunate. Caught out in the window. Wazoo going to be there to pick him up and get them back into active duty right now. Karma's going to tuck in. No Thunderbird on the board, unfortunately. Does mean that Antic are just going to have to suffer through the remainder of the round with an unhealthy player. But you look at that, Edpan on the hunt. Look at the setup, Cthulhu. Both Chimera operators, Lion and Finker in play, a Ying and Amaru, and then you got Shaq doing his own thing on the sledge.
I mean, Shaq has been a staple sledge player that was able to perform rather consistently, and yeah, with this kind of lineup, this is looking like a very momentum-heavy roster that is being introduced by Odium, looking to already claiming names and claiming plays. In comes the Candelas, in comes the swing. Unfortunately, it does down and, well, get rid of the side, but Sawyer does manage to make a push for it whilst losing quite a healthy amount of the HP.
All of a sudden, it's a reverse situation. The attackers are on the side. The defenders are trying to retake Sawyer for his third, deep into Astro. It's on River and Nasty to try and clutch up, but they don't have control of the site whatsoever. There is the Nitro in play and a pocket shield, strangely enough, from Nasty right now. 2 versus 2, the Candelas, 1 remaining for Sawyer. Twent, no EDDs, and it's Nasty. Full white screen, unfortunately, as Sawyer looks to make the plant a success. River swinging in, might find an angle across the gap in between the sites. Nasty just playing the bait game, trying to give River the opportunity. The swing in from Nasty's good, and River follows up with one of his own. Cthulhu, Antic take the lead.
Odium kind of nearly, well, not nearly, actually did play themselves, really. They've tried to fake out a number of times the actual plan, didn't really stick it at the right times, and, well, unfortunately from there on it kind of went all sideways. So for Antic, this is a good time, really, to start accommodating some more and more points for themselves, and finding those openers certainly has helped them quite well. On the side of Odium, though, it's been a bit of a kerfuffle left, right, and center as they kind of trying to find the good middle ground between having a very kind of varied roster with a phenomenal amount of mobility slash kind of momentum potential, but at the same time, they're still trying to lean into a little bit more of a kind of a comfort ground and comfort zone with each one of the picks. Now, Logic bringing out the Ashe feels like a little bit of a, maybe a better word to call it, like an outdated pick, especially for Villa, given that Zofia does bring so much more of the utility. Plus, I mean, the LMG in the current meta is just 10 times better than both of the guns of Ashe, minus maybe the R4C if you can control the recoil, but nowadays it's so borderline difficult to control it, especially in the long-range gunfights, that it would be almost ill-advised. But it seems like it's being locked in. Funnily enough, well, Karma actually brings in the Thunderbird.
I'm so confused. Is that a new update with the patch? It looked like it was an attack repick for the defense, but I think maybe it's to highlight any last-minute changes.
Yeah.
At least I'd have to imagine that's what it is. But yeah, the Thunderbird in for a little bit of longevity. But you can also see at that same time, Odium are changing things just a little bit. They are going to try for the more serious approach here in round 4. No more Armoru. They're going to limit that global utility now with a Dockerby instead of a Lion. And this one seems like it's going to be a more structured approach.
Still seems like a little bit of a chaotic kind of turnout for Odium, given that kind of their expectations are not being matched with the actual outcome, with the way how they're playing, plus with the lineup of the operators that they are bringing in. And another thing could be really worth mentioning is the fact that Antic are doing a really good job at just countering and playing a much more paced down play, although I say that Twint is looking to make a play here from the bicycle storage.
Nade in hand, wants to throw it deep, but it's Edpan to take out the first player. Nasty removed. They've got some good ground up towards the bottom of the red stairs. Twint is well looking to get involved from mud, but not to be found just yet. They play it slow. They know they found the first damage. Unfortunately, they do lose Twint not moments ago. Edpan trying to recover, trying to answer back, but they should have cam control as well.
Absolutely, with Antic now being able to equalize this play. Oh, Kame is actually with the spaz coming in huge. That's the KB now out of the equation, making things a whole lot more difficult for Odium to reclaim. No more vertical pressure. River pitches in on the dilemma. It is now a 2v4 with Shaq and Sawyer needing to go hard.
I mean, this is a truly unfortunate situation. Shaq pushing it from China. The trace is there. It somehow clips Wazoo in the head. Will be dropped, unfortunately, back by Owen. Sawyer in, picking up the position his former teammate was in. We've hit that final minute mark once again. Karma getting a bit too aggressive. The Nitro deep. Sawyer has to readjust. Owen is low, but River's going to find himself one of those corner stations, and Owen proves why he's king with the shotgun. Swings out and finds the final Antic on a bit of a tear.
Yeah, look. Certainly seems like the most recent victories of Antic finally brought back that morale in the swing of things, and it certainly looks like they are having fun, like Owen said, that they are looking to just, you know, up their chemistry and just have fun here, and certainly fun is being acquired in very copious amounts. Whereas on the side of Odium, well, look, I mean, there's been, you know, a little bit of a hashtag going around Odium on Copium, but that was back in the ye old days. I don't think this is any sort of bad indication that Odium might be starting to slack. It sort of feels like they are kind of treating this as a little bit of an experimental ground, trying to, you know, test around a little bit more so, well, a glorified scrim to a certain degree, maybe.
But, I mean, what does it say reputation-wise? They're a team that can contest with some of the best teams in ANZ currently competing in Apex South. And if they lose this match, they're not only losing to a Challenger League team, but the team that is currently bottom of the leaderboard.
Look, I mean, I don't think it will impact a whole lot for their reputation per se, albeit it will be quite a large upset. I am, though, quite curious about what Wazoo is looking to bring out. Maybe Antic kind of realized, yeah, look, maybe time to switch things around. Maybe that's the part of, you know, having fun kind of play. Plus, I mean, it's the same shotgun that could be brought out, same as for Thunderbird, so...
It is in the name, Antic R6. Up to some shenanigans here right now, but I mean, you look at the numbers across the board. River having a stellar game. Karma right there alongside him. The only difference being 3 deaths in the 4 rounds played. Big numbers across the board. Odium, yeah, I think we are seeing more of an experimental approach to the game so far. A lot of role swapping, a lot of different operators that we traditionally see them on, but Logic back on the Thinker with Ed playing the Nook. This is back to basics for them.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit more serious about it all, wanting to make sure that they are nailing their performance, and already straight off the bat, Twent managing to get the better of Owen, who did get a little bit maybe too confident about those plays. Certainly does instill a little bit more faith now into Odium and their performance this round. But again, only 1 frag. We've seen how quickly it was able to be, you know, equalized, and right now Wazoo might be in a whole lot of trouble.
I don't know if they saw him or not. That's the thing. It was such a brief window of opportunity there. Twent looking to get aggressive towards main stairs, but decides that Library's probably the better play. Karma just on his tail there, anticipating maybe a bit of a push in. Deep nade towards River over on red. But I think it's a case of how long do Odium wait to hit the afterburners and leave Antic behind.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, look, I mean, I wouldn't actually call it just yet, because so far it has been a bit of a nice back and forth performance, albeit Antic were able to really catch quite a few really nice rounds. But yeah, you might just be correct. Sawyer already with Shaq completely deconstructing the whole play. Impact comes in. Now they know that Wazoo is on the flank. It's only Karma that is on side, but Karma nails 1. Can he find 2 though? He does nail 2. Now the 3rd contention coming about. Now Wazoo is there as well, ready to back it up, but no, it's a complete fall apart. It's actually Edpan with a double.
Lines him up, knocks him down with that FMG90. And well, what a transfer. Yeah, expect nothing less from the Eddie. He's an absolute demon on the sticks when he's unleashed. And well, with that, Odium back within 1, going into the final round of the half. We had to split as well. And you got to remember, Cthulhu, this site was a messy one.
Yeah, Trophy Statuary has been very much back and forth. Now, if Odium do stick to kind of their, I suppose you could call them the basics, or rather their more conventional picks and plays, I think they just might be able to run away with a really nice conclusion to the first half, being a 3-3, kind of even Steven. But if Antic do end up changing things around and, you know, taking this a little bit more seriously as well, we might just see the really nice outcome for them as well. Wazoo bringing in the Kite now as well, looking to hunker things down and make things a little bit more difficult for the play to happen. But I'm curious about this pick for Shaq, because Osa has been kind of considered a I guess, a niche pick. But in the context of so many lineups, of so many setups, especially for the post-plant play, she is extremely powerful.
I mean, you think of basement on bank. It's a quintessential setup with the Osa in play. There's so many positions where she's so incredibly powerful. Even, you know, looking at Clubhouse, being able to get aggressive on the K9 balcony, being able to push through. But right now we're here, we're in split. Ed is in fact going to pick it up. Shaq opting to go to the ace, and seeing something a little bit different. Sawyer, he's going to play flank watch. He's going to play it smart and safe, and they give Twent the IQ, looking for some more information across the board.
IQ could certainly do a whole lot of good, given just the sheer play. Karma!
He lied. He said he wasn't going to do it, but he did it anyway, and finds 2 for his trouble. Flank Watch, IQ, the 2 newest operators in this lineup, completely nullified, and 2 of the most influential.
Even in chat said, yeah, I lied, psych, boys. But yeah, look, I was just about to say how impactful could IQ be, as well as the Nomad and Sawyer could frang out. But that is a talk for maybe the next set of rounds, maybe for next their matchup, if we won't see the overtime to come about. Because Antic, with this kind of play, trading out Karma for 2 of the operators on the attack, that is huge.
But there does expose a glaring weakness. There is no Wemai, no Jaeger in this defensive lineup. So shields and defensive positionings are going to be easily contested. Well, the other thing we didn't even touch on, Cthulhu, the double up of the Claymores now in play.
True, yes. Yeah, the recent addition with the fact that now all the operators now can have a double claymore does make things a little bit more nice and flexible in regards to your own personal flank watch, and some even more meme-worthy setups could be really organized. So,
Not to mention Blackbeard has one now.
absolutely,
so,
yeah, that is just pain train really there.
How many matches tonight do you reckon before we see the Blackbeard in play?
I reckon something like second or third we might be seeing a Blackbeard play.
Well, Logic is going to find the equalizer. They're taking down River. There was a ping on a pre-placed Nitro cell, but there were 3 players without them in hand. I think River missed the opportunity to use his as well. So there is potential for some explosive threat in the bathroom at the moment. Shaq jumping out, trying to bait it. Ed just gets the shield down to the master bedroom. That could have been disastrous, but for now he has a long angle into both sites and a position to work from.
Still very much workable for Odium here. Logic could do a lot of damage with ace charges coming about. Oh, and lands a phenomenal shot there onto Shaq. That is another one off the board. Another prefire coming about. Oh, and now low, now down. It's all up to Wazoo to try to make a play. Wazoo gets the better of Logic. Another swing. Adam Ahmed tries to stay alive, runs away while still being under the boost. He will get to actually plant in safety as the shield is starting to go down, but Wazoo has the
no
positioning.
idea.
Oh boy.
This is massive. The flank. Ed is expecting a push from Master Bedroom, but Wazoo has played the game and rotated through the bathroom instead. This is absolutely massive. Ed has absolutely no idea that he is in big trouble right now. Wazoo looking to rotate around, and he hits him in the knee.
Oh my god. A 4-2 scoreline in favor of Antic so far, looking extremely well, and them getting that read. I mean, Wazoo, yeah, look, getting a little bit sweaty there on that performance, but I gotta say, a formidable performance from them. Whilst, yes, Odium are experimenting, whilst, yes, they tried to go a little bit more of a default setup with a couple of rounds, it didn't really net as much of a success as probably they would have wanted to see, given that, well, some reputation is still on the line despite them being quote-unquote experimental.
Logic hits them with a good half and chat, and well, I mean, look.
Sold?
It's always good seeing the banter between the teams. Now, if you do want to get involved in the banter, of course, you can tweet at us at LPL_R6S, and you might just get yourself featured on the broadcast. Make sure you use the hashtag LPLPro as well. You might see yourself pop up between the matches. But right now, Cthulhu, we're heading into the second half. Antic kicking things off on the attack. Odium in a bit of a struggle streak.
Yeah, certainly having quite a number of issues going for them, which seems to be rather problematic to find, but
I mean, it's not crazy out of the ordinary for a half in defence in Villa to go 4-2.
True, but it's more so the the league's difference and the experience difference between Antic and Odium, albeit again maybe it's just more so a question how much of actual effort is being put in between the two rosters. That's a completely different thing, but it certainly is confusing in context of Odium being on that 2-round deficit, albeit again they could absolutely bring this back, and I have kind of no doubt that they could absolutely do it, but the way how it's been done, the way how it's been conducted felt a little bit of like a disconnected play from Odium, and that's what's been kind of shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, look, I honestly, if Antic win here, the team I am most concerned for isn't actually Odium, it's the team that Odium faces next week, because someone has coppered some wrath. It is not going to be a pleasant day for the opponents of Odium in week 3. Right now, Wazoo picking up the Monty. Across the board is a slightly different lineup. We are seeing the Finca and the Dockerby still in play, but Nasty on a buck, which, I mean, it's a go-to operator for him, and Karma bringing the Flores. So they've got an immense amount of utility clear plus vertical threat.
Yeah, look, certainly looking a little bit difficult so far for Odium, but they got all the proper lineup. I mean, everything is looking nice and crispy. In comes the frag grenade, but won't be damaging Sawyer at all. There is, though, a really heavy congestion right at the ground floor, which is something that I don't think Wazoo really expected. The boost does come about, but it will mean that if another smoke grenade does come about, well, it will take out even more damage. Nasty so far trying to circumvent the position of Shaq. Maybe there's a need for a play around maybe the red stairs, but as it stands, a lot of utility being sunken into Wazoo without a whole lot of return, with Karma now going down.
I mean, they've clearly been watching the VOD. Shaq, how is he still
boy.
alive? They're trying to play behind the shield.
Oh, no.
Wazoo falls. So does River, and Shaq bags himself a double with the utility alone. That's 3 for him in the round currently.
Absolutely devastating turnout there, and well, it does leave Nasty and Owen completely disconnected, whilst Owen is still able to get a drop on a couple of players, well, he still will need to face the very large onslaught of the rest of Odium, whereas for Nasty, him trying to play now vertical could be a little bit problematic as, well, the MK14 EBR does ring out. Shaq is still playing a very aggro angle and could swing anytime, and he does! It's a triple for him!
Oh, okay, so someone came in and helped, then he finds the close. I thought it was going to be like a 4K, but someone obviously stole the kill. He finished them off with the smoke, but big stuff for answering back there from Odium. They take the second half, round 1 with Storm.
Oh, certainly feels like a little bit of a slip up there as well from Antic, given that they kind of just let the smoke and Melusi combo just absolutely demolish that whole push. I mean, whilst even being under the finger boost as well, it just ticked away so damn quickly. And, well, 4-3 scoreline now being shortened even further. Odium looking to bring this back to 4-4 and then take the lead in their hands. So maybe we were a little bit too quick on running off Odium, saying, oh, look, what's happening with them. Maybe it's just the defense, or rather, well, playing against the defense of Antic that was rather difficult to predict.
I think it's just the case of it's Villa how it is at the moment anyway. It's usually the 3-3-4-2 transition for a defensive half. So no crazy out of the ordinary. I mean, it's not like we're seeing like a 6-0 or anything crazy like that, but it's as we would expect, especially given last year everything was incredibly defender-sided. So this is returning back to the norms of the two teams. But right now we see Eddie. He's going to stick out the cap can and play 2 rounds in a row. Shaq as well bringing this Oryx, and I would expect playing some deep roam.
Shaq on Oryx actually did manage to flex a number of times that operator on maps, even back like something like Coastline as well. Unfortunately, that is no longer in the comp pool, but he could certainly do a great amount of damage. At Pan, with the cap can, I respect, you know, sticking out 2 times in a row, could still be at least forcing to, you know, drain the time and to have to essentially, well, shoot all of those cap can traps before even pushing. So you can't really have that very heavy momentum-based kind of swing to come about.
Nasty. Primed and ready. The upside down rappel on what I would imagine. Yeah, it's the Astro window. Why am I imagining? I know it's the Astro window. I've been there myself. And Shaq opens things up with a kill on, but it's an absolute Antic flurry as they storm through, take 3 kills, and looking for the plant Shaq down as well. And it's all on Ed Pan. And the 1v4 post to plant. Even Sky had no idea what was going on. The nade, it's going to be good to flush him out. In Antic absolutely kicked teeth that round.
Karma's just going absolutely huge here for Antic. Honestly, I mean, a 12 frag already record for himself is really, really, really nice, and definitely looking quite good, solid. Also, I gotta point out as well, it's really nice to see that there's a bit of nice kind of friendly banter between Antic and Odium as well. So there is some, obviously, like you alluded to before, with Shaq playing with Antic roster in the off-season, certainly does shine through, and kind of some good memories maybe even shared.
Yeah, look, they did say it was an invaluable experience having him working with the roster. They learned an incredible amount. And it's obviously showing right now as they will double down, go back to the same site. Odium, I mean, you got to be careful in that situation. You trial with one team, then go join another. You got to be careful how much you reveal.
Definitely a very valid point here. Albeit I would imagine that not a whole lot of things have been revealed to Antic, but at the very least they know about one of their players and what he is capable of. Obviously plenty of VODs as well for Odium, given that quite a number of playdays have been already played by them on the high-level Siege, so plenty of understanding on at least the structure of Odium and how each one of the players could be playing around or whereabouts, especially on a map like Villa, a map that, seems to be, seen to be rather frequently picked.
I mean, you got to wonder, given the shift in momentum and capabilities of Antic as of late, obviously last night and now today, you got to wonder how much of those former VODs from earlier play days in this stage are completely nullified, because they seem to be approaching things differently, and it's working for them. Odium might have been caught lacking here, but what's not caught lacking is explosive potential.
Oh yeah, explosive potential here is absolutely huge. Antic bringing in a triple frag grenade setup, some smoke, some breaching charges, plenty of play, and a quintuple setup of C4s from Odium. So each and one of them could be rather going big on the throws.
What was it? I dubbed it last year, hell in a nitro cell right now, but Karma doesn't care for the nitro cell potential. He's already taken Astro control and found the kill onto Twent, looking for more than aid, trying to pop out someone pushing up Astro stairs, but it's not to be. Owen, in fact, cops most of the damage from the follow-up. 1 minute burn, they're already pushing into the site. Sawyer finds the equalizer, River down, pushing into the site. Sawyer finds two. He's not going to let his site go that easily a second time. Shaq and Eddie team up for yet two more. And it's all on Wazoo, catching out Logic completely unawares. Gets a shot off, but Sawyer, the captain for the team, holding it down.
Sawyer, yeah, look, the moment he was able to get rid of Karma, the whole attack of Antic just completely drowned out. No chances were given whatsoever, and, well, that meant pretty much, well, no chance to score that match point. So with Antic still being a point ahead of Odium, this is still providing to be, or rather providing more so the nice, still comfort ground for Antic to play around. They could still, you know, bring some interesting combinations, some interesting plays, and so they will be, well, mainly for Wazoo introducing the Ashe. No more is there a Nook play. It is just going to be an all-out warfare for them.
Until the attack repick happens and their entire roster is completely different. How many times have we been baited out by that since the start of the year, Cthulhu? It's a truly troublesome time to be a commentator in Rainbow Six. There is nothing set in stone, and already you can see River shifting.
Pretty sure that's
up.
coming from the pick phase.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. River is going to look for that Twitch instead. We're going back to Aviator Games, and once again we are seeing that slightly more aggressive setup with the extended angle from Bolt covering that study door. But at the moment, it's hard to gauge how this match will end up. Both teams are bringing a very, very solid game, but Odium just constantly feels like they're a step behind.
I suppose this round will be the big indicator as to whether Odium has finally finished, you know, trying to play catch-up with Antic. Because the lineup that they are bringing in, well, Nasty is actually going to be opting into changing Ashe from Sledge, and Wazoo is bringing in Iana, the operator that he was actually able yesterday to flex rather well on Oregon, and he was able to find those really nice openings for himself. Plus, the ARX itself is a really nice, strong, stable gun. Plus, frag grenades now against that sheer potential that Edpan does bring. It would be rather difficult to counter him because he could literally be anywhere and everywhere at the same time.
My lord, Eddie's playing a dangerous position. Millimeters off the head. There goes the regress, but decides better of it for now. He was moments away from being pinched in on by at least 3, if not 4 members of Antic. So we'll play the smart play, get back to site and play for something a little bit more defensible. But this time around, Antic not going to be pushing through our studio, given, well, there's no Monty this time around. So they're going to play it slower, they're going to play it smarter. Don't want to get themselves caught off guard like last time.
Replicator online. Airdrop is ready.
Yeah. Main thing here, though, is the eyes being set onto Antic, not to try to fall into the usual, you know, momentum of just repeating the same action over and over again. Thankfully, though, Nasi does manage to find a pick onto Twent, and that is one of the big players that does go down. And on top of it all, Alibi with the MX4, I mean, it's a formidable loadout in general. Now, Odium already shuffled the utility around, forcing with the Lion Scan for the defenders to fall back even further, reducing even further the ground for those swings for the players. Even that, the ballistic shield has been rotated by Shaq as well.
No, it was rotated, but
Well,
I believe it was accidentally taken out by Eddie trying to get out of danger there in Classical. But he's going to be tagged up here. We're still over a minute to play. A Nasty down in the main foyer. Finds Sawyer. Wazoo there as well to take down Eddie. And it's all coming apart. Logic with a massive kill. Looking for more. Knows that the pings are nearby. Does have the nitro. Could deny. And Shaq there, his teammate from last year, to try and hold on. But the pinch in from behind means that this is a dangerous spot. Logic needs to come up clutch against 3. Nasty just jiggling. That's a massive double on the reload. Does he have anything to work with? Spots the head, but it's too little too late, and Antic will take match point. They're looking to close it out.
My, oh my. Antic looking quite activated, and I gotta say, okay, look, I was maybe a little bit too skeptical about Nasty's pick, but it actually worked out perfectly well. Just a very simple setup of just having that mobility of Ash being a 3-speed operator plus the G36C with a 1.5 times scope does, open up a plethora of possibilities for long-range capabilities, for aggressive swings, plus, well, the angle grip on it does increase your ADS speed. So everything leading into just that mechanical gunfight, plus, the off-site roam worked out extremely well. Now, being a 4-6, well, Odium seems to be attempting to play catch-up here with with Antic, whereas Antic, yeah, look, certainly seems to be on the upwards projection.
There's something in the water, and well, it seems that Antic are chugging away. They're not done drinking their fill just yet. We head back to Aviator Games once again. Odium opting to double down, but I mean, it's just every single step of the way, the card's not landing where they need to for Odium to pick up the win. It's truly just unfortunate to see round after round these minuscule things dictating the momentum, looking away at the wrong time, just not covering the right angles, and Antic, they are not letting opportunities slip yet.
My other question is here, now with even, say, the Challenger Series for Antic, only 2 weeks do remain of that, and after that, no playoffs, no finals, nada. After that, Antic could completely focus on preparing for each one of the playdays of LPL Pro. Imagine how even scarier that could be if they would end up putting even more hours into prepping for LPL Pro matches. Absolutely scary.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden it's shifting up the momentum and the potential outcomes of the leaderboard in the coming weeks. But there is a chance, I mean, it's not the only time these two teams will face off. There's a chance LPL Pro playoffs and in the Oceania Championship Series later on this stage as well. But right now, Twent already punished a little bit. He's going to rotate himself back out of danger from Laundry and look to regroup with the rest of the team. But you can see Odium a little bit more aggressive on the setup. They're looking to meet Antic when they enter the building. Logic and Ed over towards the master bedroom side of things.
Well, already the pings are starting to come about. Nasty expecting some form of a run out given that last round that has been the case. Well, unfortunately won't be really able to find anyone. No jump outs yet either, but right now Nasty could have, well, living up to his name and bringing in a nasty surprise to Odium, albeit no contention whatsoever. Or the 90 hallway, albeit Twent could catch these hands rather rapidly and already is down, and Wazoo might just be able to finish him off.
He is going to be at that. He's just to peek out for a moment. They don't quite know, but this could quickly turn the other way. Logic coming to support. No, it's a lineup for Wazoo, who almost finds both players in the classical hallway for now. A 5-3 player lead, and all of a sudden it's now a 5-2 Antic. 2 kills away from a win. Sawyer down, and it's all on the hands and shoulders of Shaq with this smoke. 1:20 on the clock. No toxic canisters remaining. It's a shotgun, a dream, and an SMG-11. River on the plant, tucked in behind the door, and no, it's a flawless to close it out. Antic, what are they feeding them?
Oh yeah, I'll definitely be inquiring later down the line about the food and the prep routine, because that is just absolutely clinical performance from them.
I'm just lost for words. Last night, Antic take a 7-1 in a map that we didn't think they could win. They now come up against, well, there's a favourite team in LPL Pro. 16-9 by the end of the match. This changes everything.
Oh yeah. Look, for Antic, this is a phenomenal achievement, because once again, going into the rest of the season, well, they've taken out the big bad, Odium, the team that has been toppling national teams really with an OCE, and now from there on out, it theoretically should be, a slightly easier push for the first place, but that is a phenomenal upset, because we've talked about this before, and even before the show, this season of LPL Pro might just be the one, and one of the more volatile ones, given that not a single team will be able to walk away completely scot-free.
I mean, that's not even the most concerning part. Karma is not yet 18, so he can't play in CL or the National Leagues. There's both sides of concern. One, for the rest of the teams in the league, once he hits 18, do Antic become this absolute powerhouse? But then Antic, I suppose, also have to be a little bit concerned. What are the odds he gets poached?
Yeah, look, the poaching could certainly happen. And I mean, look, for Karma, this is going to be a phenomenal opportunity. I mean, already being able to prove himself like this and the way how he performed both on the attack and defense already shows that he, as a singular unit within ANZ roster, is a phenomenal addition.
Well, we have confirmation. We have, well, Owen, Coach Prone went in for a chat. Owen, congratulations.
Hey,
You
guys.
doubled down for the week. What are you guys feeding Karma?
Yeah, look, I don't know. His game stuff's package hasn't even arrived yet, from what I heard. So, looking forward to that one.
Oh, yeah?
We're gonna have like matching sleeves, and he's gonna be just on the sticks.
Yeah, look, that sounds like a very dangerous combination. But look, run us through the whole matchup. Were you guys expecting this kind of turnout between yourselves and Odium, given that, well, the caliber of play that Odium used to bring back at the Nationals and now going into this one?
Going in, we didn't really expect too much. We're just like, yeah, let's just hop in, no strats, let's just play it like ranked. And I think the first round of the rush just set up the pace for it, and we're just like, okay, we'll just do it back to them. And yeah, turned out Karma was just really good at that playstyle.
Well, let's let this next question serve as a warning to the rest of the community. How long until we can actually see Karma in CL competing with the big dogs?
You can expect to see him week 2 in the next split.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, be warned. He's coming and he's coming for you. But Owen, congratulations, another magnificent win for you guys. Before we let you head off, anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to Face Cream, very supportive, and he's just been around with us. He's unfortunately not here today, but yeah, just very supportive to the boys, and yeah, he's the backbone of the team.
Well, look, it's always a pleasure having you in, Owen, to have a bit of a chat. And, well, he's gone already. Unfortunately, the man's got places to be, teams to coach, strats to come up with. But Cthulhu, wow.
Yeah. Wow is probably the only way to describe this very outcome. I mean, both you and me were expecting Odium to kind of come out with the dominating play, but unfortunately for them, look, all the experiments did not particularly bode well. And yeah, look, losing out on an opportunity for a three-pointer means that, well, now it's time for all the other teams to start overtaking them. And for a team like ANZ, this is a perfect opportunity to start, well, their own upwards projection.
And speaking of the other teams, I think they might just be shaking in their boots. But for now, we're going to be going to a break. When we come back after two teams riding high off victories last night, 16-20 Kings versus the Warriors up after the break. We'll see you then.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
ここに。 私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。ええ。話は聞いたわ。見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Kia ora whanau, that guy Zeno J here, and I'm back with Let's Play Live as our friends at Bandai Namco contacted us and said, hey, Zeno, do you want to review a game Elden Ring and see how you go? And, well, let's see how I go. What is Elden Ring? Well, Elden Ring is the latest title from Software in collaboration with George R.R. Martin to create a new open-world epic story of a character who is tarnished and beyond the veil. In that world, they're going to have to fight for their life to try to beat the holders of the Elden Ring, where you will die a lot of times and you have to build up and level up your character. Like I said, it's open world, which means it's very, very epic and there's so much to explore. And once you have your trusty steed Torrent, you're going to enjoy so much more of the world that is out there waiting for you in Elden Ring. Now let's check this out. I did some reading online, guys, and what I saw, what was the thing, was to pick the astrologer class. If you want it to feel a little bit easier, and you also pick the golden seed as the buff you take in. What I really like so far is, like, in terms of graphics, the sheer fidelity is so beautiful. But yeah, these graphics just run so smoothly. I know that the way we're playing at the moment is to prioritize the frame rate. So, you gotta stick with the crispy frames. It's all about the frames, especially in a Soulsborne game.
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for New Belt Nitro Signal, and he fell for it! He's looking to give coverage for his teammate, right? Can he lock it down? Yes, he can, but the swing's in. Triple for Apple. Shack! No time! Pun has to swing in. Jordy's pulled off. He won it! Around.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
Well, Kasulu, Antic, they ride the upset momentum from last night. They come take a big victory, but the big problem now, we go into our next matchup. Both teams are riding upset matches from last night as well. So, where does that fall?
Quite a huge possibility of us possibly seeing maybe even a majority of the leaderboard being on the tiebreaker, really, as it stands. Already Antic managed to push themselves into a three-pointer. Now we have, a 4, if not 5-way tiebreaker currently happening on the leaderboard after the first matchup. But 16-20 Kings and Warriors, look, only one of them will be able to go further and make it a 6-team tiebreaker. But yeah, look, a little bit of a kerfuffle, let's just say that, from Odium that caused this all.
Well, let's look at our first team, of course. 16-20 Kings up on your screens. And like we said, silver medalists from Oceania Challenger League last year. They're coming in off a hot victory last night. It's Chef, Jeff, Machine, KJ, Lonely, and Jacko. They showed some real promise last night. They were hitting some insane shots. Machine was crisp. Chef was crisp. KJ as well, bringing up the rear, still helping out the team in a big way.
Yeah, on top of it all, though, Testa was also part of that roster that was able to also pitch in rather well. So now Jacko being the one to replace him, at least for tonight, it seems like we might be seeing slight changes to the play, maybe some changes to the way how 16-20 Kings will be able to, play themselves and position on the map. But apart from that, still bear quite a large amount of potential.
No pilots, of course, the Vodafone Warriors Esports Club. They came in last night on a heater. We did not expect it at all. Bopped, you can see him on your far right for this team. What a sharp fragger he was.
Oh,
he was
yeah.
ripping heads off, finding kills on the Iana, deep into the building. He was nigh unstoppable.
Absolutely, yeah, look, that performance from him last night has been absolutely stellar, and we were talking about New Zealand Warriors kind of having a little bit of an identity crisis up until then, but after that Chalet game, it all kind of set things right, and this is exactly what, well, 1620 Kings will have to be very mindful of. Bob has been absolutely just a phenomenal performer, and on top of it all, the rest of Warriors were able to really find their strides, find that momentum, and being able to cultivate it very well.
And both these two rosters having gone through changes, swaps around roles and players, but it's down to the two linchpins, the two head-to-head players that we want to keep an eye on that should right the ship tonight. Obviously, Chef Jeff coming in for 1620 Kings last night, went massive, hit double digits, consistently putting up numbers. Bop, though, was a force unto himself.
Oh, yeah. Bop was kind of a absolutely just stunning player, stunning fragger to be able to find those amazing openers for the rest of the team to really emphasize upon. For Chef Jeff, he was, look, he was unstoppable with Skeleton Key. That's probably the best kind of storyline, at least from last day's performance from him. And look, the moment he's being given back the buck role on attack, I would be scared if I would be New Zealand Warriors.
I think it's the most gadget kills I've seen from a player in ANZ.
He would like to know your location about that
look,
one.
Skeleton Key, technically it's a gun, but in the grand scheme of Rainbow Six Siege, it's a gadget. It is a gadget. It is not the primary weapon. It's still a very, very good gadget, and it's pretty lethal at the best of times. But Cthulhu, I mean, it's a question of where we head tonight. Last week we saw 2 Oregons in a clubhouse. We almost saw, actually no, sorry, 1 Oregon, 2 clubhouse. That's right, because we missed out on one of those maps. Tonight we've seen a Villa. We're going to go see where we're playing this matchup, of course. Are we going back to basics? Are we going back to new norms? It's Clubhouse once again. This is going to be a great testing ground for both these teams.
Clubhouse once again, indeed, and it was the map where, well, Underground were able to take them down, which is a little bit of a problematic thing, given that, well, already 1620 Kings unfortunately copped the loss. They want to go back to the basics, I suppose, but again, between the two maps, obviously Oregon would have probably been preferable, but given that it was a Vodafone Warriors that banned it out, they do completely realize how deadly can 1620 Kings be on that map. So back to Clubhouse, a little bit of a different, strat, a little bit of a different approach does mean that we are going to be seeing maybe a little bit of a different pace, namely from Warriors.
I mean, the interesting thing, we're not going to Cafe. And you remember way back last year, Stage 3, Oceania Challenger League, Cafe was the map that booked 1620 Kings their playoff spot. That was what got them deep into the playoffs and obviously into the OCL finals.
Although it was off the back of a very much of a back and forth game as well, so it wasn't one of the more comfortable maps for them to play, so something that they probably would prefer to, usually avoid at all costs, at least in the early stages of a season, but maybe later down the line we could be seeing Cafe to be pulled out. But apart from that, look, I think this is going to be one of the more evenly contested matches. Both teams played each other, I would imagine, in scrims as well. I'm not too sure if I think they yet to verse each other in the Challenger League as well, which does kind of put us at a bit of a possibility of seeing maybe like a demo, like a taster of what to come.
Now, you may have noticed that little thing on the bottom of your screen, NZMA. You're asking yourself, what is that? It's one of our new partners here at LPL. We've partnered with them to create an NZQA-approved esports course that will help set young people up for careers in esports. So if you're in New Zealand and you're keen and want to get involved in esports, find out what makes everything tick behind the scenes as well as on screen. So go check them out and see what you can find. And look, it's a pretty promising prospect for people keen to get involved in esports in New Zealand. I mean, it can be quite hard in New Zealand to get involved in the scene.
Absolutely, yeah. Helping in any shape and form to get started in the esports is a phenomenal effort. And yeah, look, big shout out to NZMA. But look, I mean, I have to say Clubhouse is still looking to be a pretty close map between the two rosters, given that the strats have been all formed. It's all about the execution.
And look, let's see how well formed it is indeed. Let's get onto the map itself. Clubhouse here between the 1620 Kings and the Vodafone Warriors. Kicking it all off, we head to the operator ban phase once again. Cthulhu, we've seen Jackal. Do you reckon we see him again?
Quite possibly. I mean, Jackal does present a number of opportunities there for the attack. especially on a map like Clubhouse, but he's not as impactful as he would be, say, on a map like Villa. So with him, kind of, it would be more so a preference, just kind of you don't want to just verse him per se. So I think we are going to be seeing a much more kind of, well, not dumbed down, but a much more standardized kind of picks in form of the Thatcher, in form of a Flores, maybe Valkyrie and a Mira to boot. But instead it is going to be a Maverick, a blast from the past from about almost 2, if not 3 seasons ago. The staple ban, especially on a Clubhouse, a very powerful operator on the German Clubhouse.
Also, it's a deep pick for Jeff. He was well known for it at the beginning of last year, but we see a bit of a crutch pick banned out here. No Finca going to be in play. Unfortunate. Schmidt being targeted there.
Yeah, Schmidt not particularly going to have a lot of fun, but yes, you are correct. A very solid ban, very targeted one at it, and certainly will make things a whole lot more difficult. As a matter of fact, it will make things difficult for both sides, given that 1620 Kings did lean rather profusely into the Finca pick occasionally as well. So curious how will that be able to, shape itself up, as the final ban will be Mira. So nothing too unusual on the side of the defense bans, as Cade has been kind of a staple ban, especially kind of in tandem with Maverick. So nothing too surprising, but certainly quite interested to see how will both teams perform without Finca on board. But that does open up a possibility of the Thatcher play. The Flores is still on board, so quite a plethora of utilities still there. Lonely bringing out the Fuse. There's the Blackbeard for Machine, possibly. Again, it's all a possibility. Glass for Chef Jeff. That's him calling this right here, right now.
What do you mean? It's a world of possibility here in the world of Rainbow Six Siege and ANZ LPL Pro 2022. But yeah, look, I think the likelihood of some of those operators being stuck is lower than we initially anticipated. But Machine right now, look, he's indicating that Blackbeard might be the play, and with the new addition of his 2 Claymores, there has been talk that he might be a mainstay of comp once again.
The only difference being is that really with Blackbeard's shield, it also only mainly just prevents you from getting instantly doinked in the head. So in saying that, not particularly as effective in a number of gunfights as one could be. And with Machine swapping over to Hibana, this does open up quite a number of possibilities. Chef Jeff, looking to stick out actually the Glass pick, which
as is lonely.
As is lonely, as is Jacko bringing in the Ying. This is oh no, it just hit me. Panda. This is a blast from the past when the thermal scope for the smoke, sorry, not for the smoke, for Glass has been reintroduced. Back then the meta was you bring in the Ying, you bring in the Glass, you bring in another set of smoke grenades, and it is impossible to do anything. You either don't have any retinas or you don't have any vision about who's peeking you.
I mean, the biggest question now has to be, of course, where is Culture placed those ADS? Because if they're not in the right spot,
it won't matter. Because 4 Candela charges that could, one of them could really drain it all out. 6 flashbangs, 4 of the smoke grenades as well. There's not a single amount of utility will be able to stop that onslaught, and already Fuse charges from Lonely are doing a great deal of damage to the utility.
Well, the question is, where is this bomb rush going to come? Are they going to drop through the kitchen hatch? Is it going to be a dirt tunnel push?
This will be a calculated push and maybe even a dirt play.
Well, Jeff at the moment, he's playing shenanigans towards the midway. Pull the stairs, look at that kitchen hallway. The explosion from above. They know that there is threat there. I believe, Schmidt with the Legion impact there to open up things. But still, 10 players alive in the lobby at the halfway mark of the round. They have yet to pull the trigger. KJ, the first to fall. Shant will finish him off, and Bot there to take Machine out as well. Not essentials at the moment, but the drop down is absolutely clean. Yes, Schmidt gets shut down by Jeff, covering the cross down into the basement, but that doesn't matter. We're now left in with 1:20 to play, and both Russian operators the only remaining.
Yeah, the Spetsnaz duo is in full effect, needing to find their own openers. Chef Jeff still playing the zoomed in without the sports mode, so it's all down to Lonely to do a number of things really off the list before Warriors will even start shaking in their boots. And that's a bit of a spicy surprise there, as Chef Jeff was also dropping in nearly into the sideline off one of the defenders, trying to go full send, but the sports mode glass rifle won't really bode well if your health is being ticked away even quicker than your approach to the site. And as it stands, swing comes about, another lack of damage, and there's the down. Bop is all too good right now for that frag, and Culture finishes it all up.
As the saying goes, there was an attempt. There was an attempt. They had an idea. That idea did not work.
Yeah, exactly that. The move was calculated, but man, am I bad at maths.
Not wrong. That's why we don't do it on broadcast.
Exactly.
But the intention was there. The setup was there, but they stalled out. That was the problem. They did not pull the trigger. If they dropped the kitchen hatch with all that utility, probably would have worked if they'd committed to dirt tunnel, but they split off. They were doing their own thing.
Plus, on top of that, they all kind of ended up going down one by one, which was quite problematic. And kind of the drop by Ying through the hatch when already 2 players were gone in the dirt felt almost unnecessary. Yes, you have those Candelas, but in the recent patch as well, it changed around the time that you were being flashed by almost, I believe, a second, if not half. So I think it went from 2.5 to 1.5 seconds of being blind. Something across the lines, I might need to.
That's why we don't do maths.
I'm not doing any maths. That's the thing,
There's
though.
numbers
Panda.
involved. It's maths.
It's just me being senile and not remembering the patch notes.
I want to say it was like 2.8 to 1.4, but I could be wrong at the end of the day. Right now, though, we're up Gym Bedroom. New Zealand Warriors have taken a very solid start to the map. Round 1 in the pockets, and they head to Gym Bedroom to look to do their thing once again. Shot bringing out the frost, so a little bit of deterrent on the floor. Maybe we'll see the same, but the deterrent won't be a frost mat for the 1620 Kings. It'll be Jeff with a shotgun.
Absolutely. Well, I finally did find the actual numbers. So it went off a flash from 2.8 seconds, almost 3 seconds, to 1.4 seconds. So yeah, correct. You were correct by half, but we finally do have the actual numbers behind it. So yeah, look, whilst you will be rather frustrated at hearing the Candelas, and you probably won't have a whole lot of hearing, but it's not the end of the day if you do end up getting initially flashed by those Candela charges. So as it stands though, K16 already starting to make entry. No presence up on the rafters, which is quite surprising, but plenty there is around the cache, and KJ is looking to make amends to that.
I mean, it's interesting seeing the shift in dynamic. Obviously, Testa played with them last night. He is one of the core members of this roster. He's out, Jacko is in to provide that support. But it results in a pretty significant role shift. Jeff now picking up the thermite. KJ able to find one onto Culture before his counterpart Machine falls. This exothermic should blow open cache nice and cleanly, but Bot looking to get aggressive. Finds one. They absolutely mop up the Warriors on a heater.
Well, Warriors doing a great job so far. Off to a phenomenal start. And as it stands, well, looking very much revitalized on the side of 1620 Kings. Well, already signs of concern starting to creep in. Chef Jeff, gotta give him props. At least he dressed the part for the occasion.
He's looking nice. He's looking clean. So is Machine. Machine looks like he's scrubbed up nicely for the matchup and being on camera. But the Warriors, a quick 2-0 start for them. They are, though, opting for something a little bit less conventional. Bar stage in the defense.
Yes, especially with some of the more recent buffs to Clubhouse. Bar stage has become a little bit more of a workable concept, with a number of the rotations being opened up, the bar itself not being as claustrophobic as it was before and not as locked away. Does propose quite a number of openings for defense to hold on to, but yet again, the moment you give away all of the roam plays and all of those long angles, you don't really have a lot of ground to really work around. So that expansion into the strip club will be very much a necessity rather than a kind of optional thing, which for Warriors, they might just be able to make it work on the side of K16. They will need to be very diligent about how they execute this, and it will need to be a very concentrated push onto the strip club to make it their foothold.
I mean, you got to remember at this stage of the competition that, I know it's still early, but this is definitely a top 4, bottom 4 situation. Top 4 make it into the playoffs and they retain their spot in LPL Pro for next year. Bottom 4 will have to face off in relegations against the top 4 teams from LPL Evo. So there is potential to be knocked out of this competition. You are not locked in, set in stone. So 1620 Kings, that should be weighing on the back of their mind right now. They're going to need to start ramping things up and getting some points on the board.
Already KJ, once again, making an entry as a sledge with a live drone as well. New jammers are coming about for the top floor roam, or the echo drone does spot out, so the element of surprise is no longer there. Schmid on the flank as well could be rather deadly, but he's creeping in rather slow, so plenty of advancements can be done, and so it is being conducted as KJ once again will need to keep on pushing up. Schmid might just have a really nasty drop, and that's exactly what he's planning to do. No information at all, no flank watch at all. There in comes the shutdown, and so he will. Off goes KJ.
No support whatsoever, and how does Lonely lose that 3 again? Quick kills go the way of the Vodafone Warriors. Cthulhu Bot is 8-0 right now in round 3. Shant finds one more, leaving it to Machine, alone in the face of 4. Very angry, very capable Warriors.
Oh my lord, I'm just absolutely going nuts. And that flank from Schmid basically shut down every sort of possibility that K16 had. They started attempting to try to rotate, hold on for all the swings, but swings came about, and well, the shutdown was certainly there. Schmid, yeah, look, that play was absolutely phenomenal. UMP in his hands is an absolute death ray. And well, Machine is left kind of puzzled. Well, what do you do here? What kind of play needs to be done? What kind of adjustment needs to be sorted out, as he is already also being spotted out by the Echo drone? There's already positions in the master bedroom, in the strip club, and Machine actually lines up a nice doink onto Bob, but couldn't really account for that run out.
Well, ruined the floor of this one, but it doesn't matter. They close it out anyway. And well, Kasuli's 3 quick rounds of the fight. No one, not a single person on the side of 1620 Kings got to see the sight that round.
Absolutely upsetting play there by Warriors, and quick 3-0 does sort of sign for a great deal of promise for themselves, whereas on the side of K16, it's back to the basics. The moment we thought that they were able to find finally that golden point, well, they switch things around, bring in Jacko. Well, I'm not blaming it all on Jacko, just so that people back at home wouldn't think that, but certainly it feels like 1620 Kings kind of steered away from that round-winning formula that they managed to adapt yesterday. But again, time for experiments, maybe time to kind of find that identity in the same way how Warriors kind of struggled initially, had that identity crisis after Boff and King Grills kind of took a bit of a step down, and now they are on their whole different level.
I mean, 1620 Kings are almost exactly the same spot as the Warriors, the only difference being that the 2 core members from last year's roster are still there. Whereas for the Warriors, they've both stepped back and are playing a more supportive role in terms of staff. Schmidt, he's looking to get aggressive here from the freeze. He wants to get aggro up in the faces of 1620 Kings. Keep the aggression rolling, looking for a drone. He is going to find it, I do believe, and he's not done just yet.
Schmid so far has been an absolutely standout player. He does nail the better of KJ, and just like that, it's, well, already that player disadvantage is absolutely in hands of Warriors yet again.
KJ is currently 1-3 in opening gunfights in the 4th round. He has died in 3 of the opening gunfights, and the last 2 of them have been Schmidt to take him down. The Buck loss on the basement site is truly unfortunate. Now it's on Machine to open up the floor, soft as it is, but that's not a great prospect, given that there is potential nitros from below. Schmidt, he's not done just yet. He wants more. He's on the hunt. He will rotate back for now, just a little bit safer position. But actually, you know what? Why not head upstairs?
Why not head there indeed? In comes the swing, actually snipes the drone mid-flight, but the LMG just goes harder there against the SMG. Machine does get the better of him, but it does leave still at 4 versus 4. Culture still has a drop on those top red stairs, which will make things a whole lot more difficult, although misplays and mispositions himself for the Hibana, but Jordo is there to also accommodate for the Japanese operator to come about.
Well, Logic Bomb out is going to reveal possessions and force the relocation back down to the basement. But this is kind of how you play the site anyway. It is one of those hunker down sites. You play the turtle, you play the fortress setup. But right now, the hatches are going to begin to open. Chef Jeff picking up the Hibana this round, looking to provide those angles, those opportunities, those avenues down into the basement. But I don't think this 4 versus 4 is quite on the same level.
Not at all. Given that Warriors have so much defensive ground to really play around, it is going to be extremely difficult to really make it work, as the Excalibur pellets are starting to come about. Finally, we'll be opening up the actual hatch. No hatch opening in the bar though, which is rather confusing. We'll be allowing Culture to play a very careful game in the memorial room, in the mortar room, technically you could call it as well. And with 40 seconds remaining, 1620 Kings are looking to possibly once again stall out. Machine kind of finding those angles. Well, it's good and all, but it's not really finding you any sort of solution as Jordo is looking to swing.
Oh no, unfortunately Jacko just steps right to the line of sight and bottom main, but Jeff is in. He's down in Armory right now. I don't know if they have any idea that he's there, but this is a power position. Lonely in trouble. Shont, he's not quite sure. He's got support there, but Bond, he's going to keep ripping heads right now, and the plant is safe and secure. Machine above will be traded out by Jordo immediately, but Jeff is on the job. Secondary in hand, but he's overwhelmed and outgunned. Bot, double digits going into the 5th.
Absolute beast. He is, just absolutely shuts it all down. Warriors on a 4-0 progression for themselves as 1620 Kings flogging away more and more, and it is looking very odd the way how it's all been played out. Yes, they're managing to get the plants down. Yes, they're managing to get the actual push commenced, but it's all very much a struggle fest for them. Whereas on the side of Warriors, look, they're enjoying their time here. Almost feels like to a certain degree playing that ranked play style that even Owen was mentioning before back on the Villa matchup.
I mean, it's a truly impressive showcase. The Warriors, we wondered how long it was going to take them to get into this competitive season, and well, we saw it last night. We're about to see it again. A 4-0 start for them. 1620 Kings with the minus of Test and the addition of Jacko. Unfortunately, the shake-up looks to be pretty significant, though. And saying that, Cthulhu, Jeff, he's picking up the buck once again.
That's what I mentioned before, yeah. Give the man his buck and he will be able to just absolutely destroy the opposition, albeit that still remains to be seen given how just ballistic Bopt went so far in the past few rounds. So did Schmidt on the opening frags, which did set the pace really nicely in favor of Warriors. Now looking to possibly make this a 5-0 scoreline. I mean, yeah, it's certainly looks like it's a great possibility.
Jeff picking up the operator once again. You know what they say, give a man a shotgun, he'll frag for a round. Give a man buck, he'll frag for a map. And we might just see that. Unfortunately for Culture, he's going to be the first one to suffer at the hands of the buck. Chef Jeff might have just found his foothold.
That's exactly what should have been done from the very beginning. I was genuinely quite surprised. I was about to make a joke as well when he picked Hibana. You can't really find a frag with the Hibana's utility. So now that finally the buck is in the play. Looking to make some rather spicy performances. KJ trying to get a read as to whether he will even need to use his EMP or not, and the breach from Lonely should be coming about rather soon. So that will open up a really nice, another flank, another position to really apply more pressure, split that attention of Warriors in 2 separate positions, and well, from there on, well, the rest is up to 1620 Kings to execute properly.
With the Thatcher on the board and the Maverick band, I mean, I know one player who's going to be breathing a sigh of relief. Supremacist won't have to deal with any shenanigans on that sledge. The wall is not his responsibility, but right now, Jacuzzi opened. Warriors, there are avenues in. Schmidt looking to get aggro, baited by the drone, will duck back behind his shield for now, but the numbers coming his way are looking pretty deadly. Bop there as well. He ducks himself out of danger, gets himself the hell out of dodge, and they will regroup for now.
Good regroup, good play. Bot still looking to deal some damage. He has the flank.
That was the Pogmat.
That's the Pogmat as well, Jeff. That's not the kind of thing that you want to fall for whilst being revived. Well, now on a minuscule amount of HP, the next gunfight could be absolutely devastating for him. Lonely continues to try to keep the drones up, but with him not being close by the team, it means that it is going to be a 4v4, well, intrinsically.
Look at this hold from Logi. It's a little bit more aggressive. You got support there. You can both swing the angle, and with that drone being killed, they will have no confirmation that Schmidt is tucked into the corner. They just know about Jordo, which could prove deadly come the later stages of the round. Heading to the final 50, of course, though. All 4 players from the Warriors located on site, and all 5 members from 1620 Kings encroaching towards them.
Bob looking for his own gunfight. A very ambitious angle that does result in him losing the majority of his HP. Schmidt as well, very low on health. Jacko does go down, but again, already at the expense of 2 players of Warriors Culture, and Bob gone. Schmidt needs to go in for a number of swings. Jordan goes down. Shont is able to actually find some refrags, but ultimately it's a 1v3, 1v0. Finally, K16 are back into their swing of things.
Machine hit the shots like we wanted him to be doing. Unfortunately, we have to wait a wee while for him to get there, of course, but final round of the half, better late than never.
Better late than never indeed on the attack. If 1620 Kings could really score the second point, they could certainly evolve this further and make it a little bit more of an easier time for themselves. I mean, a 2-4 scoreline is still very much workable. 5-1, that's where your problems start compounding even further. You don't have as much of that room for leniency, room for error, and this is where the stress could really start to get the better of your roster. Now, Warriors actually opting into replaying the tertiary side feels rather of an odd decision making there, but regardless of the outcome, they are looking to attempt to make it work yet again.
At the end, it's understandable why. The reason they lost that last round is early initiations that resulted in health being lost, and they can play a little bit smarter here. They don't need to be taking quite so aggressive a position or a stance in the building. Play it a little bit more passive, play it with a bit of support, don't take those risky gunfights. I mean, we saw Bob trying to help Schmidt get out of danger at the cost of about 40-50 health.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. So Warriors will need to take a little bit more of a careful approach towards the general swing of things, which could certainly help. Schmidt couldn't really find the 5th frag for himself, so was rather denied. Culture as well. Initially lost to the swing from Chef Jeff to make that play. Oh no, that's rather unfortunate there for Schmidt.
2 attempts made, not a single drone killed.
Not at all, yeah. Rather sad of a moment, but still, this is only just a slight bit of utility waste. Nothing too general. Schmidt though, in comes the drop down at expense of majority of his health pool though. He does get the better of Chef Def, and that is not what you want to see. No backup, no follow-up from K16 means that, well, Schmidt gets to, well, run away scot-free from all of this.
That's truly unfortunate. I mean, they saw the opening, they saw the opportunity. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite hit the mark when they needed to, and still it's that disjointed set we're seeing from 1620 Kings. That's a little bit rough to deal with. They can't quite keep pace with their leader, who is just charging forward right now. But, I mean, look, minute 50 with 4 players still alive, it is doable. But Machine and Jacko will need to hit their shots.
Indeed, with Culture now holding his angle around the eastern stairs, looking to take that gunfight against the LMG, I believe, or the Ianov Machine. Could be a little bit overwhelmed with ADS is about to be taken down. In comes the swing. That's the frag grenade eaten up. Another one is still looking to do some damage. Flashbangs are completely swarming the position. Culture tagged up only by a little bit as Jordo was able to find the return on the investment. Lonely down. Schmidt still on barely slither of HP. Another gunfight. Jordo does get the better and the finisher with a shorty. 2v5 all of a sudden. K16 had the positional advantage, but now finally do get themselves at least some sort of a redemption. But a 1v4, it's all down to Machine to make it work. And as it stands, not a lot of possibilities. 5-1 at the end of the first half.
It's Warriors playing the numbers game consistently. If there is someone in a position that is not tenable, they have someone in support almost immediately. Culture, white screened, got out of danger because Jordo was there covering him in CCTV. K16, I don't know if it's a case they're not droning out, getting that information, but they are letting the Vodafone Warriors walk away with this.
Look, Warriors they just need to keep on doing the very same thing. That very kind of, like you said, numbers game will be pretty much the perfect way of going about it, including the fact that they are looking to bring in the Monty on top of the Jackal as well. So the heavy emphasis on that roam clear could be extremely beneficial for them. Now, on the side of 1620 Kings, look, it's just, it seems to be that continuous trend of them wanting to contest those gunfights one-on-one, only sending a singular person with no backup, no drones, no extra utility, nada. And that seems to be extremely problematic. Even with Culture's position, I mean, you look at the way how he managed to just survive by just bailing out. He was double flashed. 2 frag grenades been dedicated, 2 EMP's grenades were dedicated, 3 people kept on peeking his position from 2 separate positions, and they couldn't get rid of him, which means that either 1620 Kings are stalling out, or they're hesitant, or just generally having a severe lack of communication as well with what are their intentions, and this is what is hindering them extremely heavily.
The first time this map, dare I say it, we are going to see CCT play. We've gone every other site bar this one, including bar, ironically enough, which is a site you don't often see on Clubhouse. But right now, Machine looking to try and match some of that aggression that the Warriors have been bringing this entire half. But the exothermic already out, the CCTV breach wide and cleared. We also have Bot on the Capital, which is a scary prospect at the best of times, but with the smoke bolts and the asphyxiating bolts, this Rafters hold could become rough. Not to mention the 2 Claymores that have already gone down.
Yeah, with Claymores now out of the equation, well, this is more so going to be a problem for Bob than Co, because that is a lot of those magnets completely been given away. KJ, though, no, cannot stay alive with the sheer amount of pressure. Chef Jeff tagged up, but doesn't manage to get the better of Jordo. This is looking promising. Culture, though, gets the better of Jacko. This is not the case that they wanted to have on themselves. Another set of free fires. Culture is already on side. He can keep on pushing, and Sean, he's more so just a mere bait for all this.
Oh, what a headshot. Culture for his 3rd in the round. Has complete control of not just CCTV, but deep into cash as well. Chef Jeff finds the ankles and shuts him down. Schmidt in, he has 1 behind him. It's Bot. It still feels like it's a bit of a skewed scale. Bot through, he's jumped in the window, he's picked up the fuse, a big check for a quad. He might even bag the ace, but no, Machine to shut it down. This could be a tale of 2 halves, 2 defensive halves.
Oh man, it would be extremely frustrating here for Warriors if they do end up going in a 1-5 trade between themselves and 1620 Kings, given the fact that they've played such a phenomenal defensive half, but alas, so far things are not really lining up well for them on the offense. Albeit, I gotta say, the idea to bring in the Monty has been pretty formidable, but it's just the way how they executed and played around Monty seemed that he was kind of more so intended to be kind of a middle play, middle of the pack kind of operator, whereas in reality, he should have been probably at the forefront of it all to be that super soaker for the utility, for the shots, for the damage. And kind of from there on out, it all fell apart like a domino's house.
Yeah, look, if I'm being honest, maybe, just maybe, Warriors need to go back and watch a couple of those Kraken games, get a few pointers from Hunter.
Yep.
Bit of a staple in the ANZ scene when it comes to shield play, but right now we head down to the basement. 1620 Kings on the defense. Lonely going to be bringing out the Italian stallion, Maestro himself, but the attack lineup looks largely unchanged, bar the Flores for Bot.
Still plenty of utility to really get rid of all of the electronics. Warriors are certainly looking to make it a big effort for themselves to just get rid of all of the electronics before they actually commence the actual push. And Stanzel, Chef Jeff had a valiant effort at that spawn peak, but unfortunately in his hands it was the SMG-11.
Look, we both know this. To be fact, Jeff is far better with M590 than he is with the SMG-11. Not to say he is bad with the SMG-11. He is good. He is incredibly good. He hits some insane shots, but somehow he is still better with the M590, even at range.
Knowing his luck, he would have probably been able to like triple tap somebody with that shotgun from this range, just given his sheer amount of belief in that shotgun.
It's not like it's the old ITA shotgun at range, but Jeff, he's having a good time as his team crumbles on the background. But yeah, look, nothing if not a vibe machine.
A little bit switching there, you know, just vibing to his own kind of things. Lonely doing a pretty solid job at the impact tricking, denying quite a number of the X-Kairos pellets, which will be making things a whole lot more difficult. I mean, you look at the count, I would believe that's already, what, 8 out of 16? Meaning, well, now it's time for Shomp to be a little bit more conservative about all of his picks as the Flores drones start to ring out. Jordo is the one to push. Had the drop. Well, Jacko did get the better of him, though.
Well, I mean, brings it back into doable territory, sorry, 3 versus 4, but I mean, just the shots that we see the Vodafone Warriors hitting is kind of terrifying. At the end of the day, there is a lot going wrong for K16 and a lot more going right for the Warriors, and they're going to start getting things underway. The Vert threat, clearing out that utility breaching charge from Culture should expose the bottom of main stairs. They also have the avenue into the site, obviously, given that that hatch was opened up far and wide. But this Maestro, this could be a deciding factor. If Lonely can find the lineup with the older 5.56, that thing is a bullet hose.
Absolutely. The sheer amount of damage output could be big. The Maestro camera is also gone. Shont has the drone on site as well, which has not been spotted by the Maestro camera. And that is going to be providing a numerous sets of information. But oh, Jacko actually on the flying around gets the better of Schmidt, and all of a sudden, Warriors have to worry about the ground floor presence.
Shenanigans at the end of the day, and it's toes to be hit by Bot. Shot is dropped into the side, but at the cost of a significant portion of health. It's all coming apart for the Warriors. Only can't hit the shots. All of a sudden, it's just a fiery, but Bot pulls it back. The Vodafone Warriors not going down quietly.
What felt like an absolute fall by Vodafone Warriors Esports, they managed to arise what basically felt almost the ashes of that round. And well, now sitting on a match point, a huge, almost severe misplay by 1620 Kings as they were unable to find any sort of stable ground for them to play. And it's just, yeah, look, upset potential.
I wouldn't go as far as upset potential. I don't think we knew that this was going to be a pretty brutal match for one team or the other. And Warriors, I mean, they looked that little bit sharper last night. The 1620 Kings, yeah, they did pick up the win, but it wasn't quite as clean. And the Warriors, unfortunately, look, they say unfortunately, it's not even unfortunately, they're just storming through. Look at Bot, he's a plus 10 at the moment currently. 13, 3 and 2. And while K16, unfortunately, Machine cops a shot from Jeff, and that is going to chunk his health just a little bit.
Sure is. Well, a bit of an unfortunate turnout there for Chef Jeff and co. Interesting, though, to see how will Pulse really play into the whole setup, and maybe even we'll be able to change the momentum in the play. But Jacko's, if he decides to play around Harry Potter for Pulse, that's not particularly the position that I would imagine to see him play. That vertical, though, with the C4 would have been largely even more important, but maybe he's just a little bit more confident with his play, with the ability to have that drop. But with the way how confident Warriors were with their drone play, exactly that is about to happen. Pings are there. He is clueless, and in comes the frag grenade.
Nade is going to be good, unfortunately positioning not necessarily so as Jacko gets out. And in fact, look at that. Bot says he wants a piece of the pie. Nitro deep, but too deep, unfortunately. And Bot is going to bag himself a 14th kill here on Clubhouse. And Jacko gone means that that vertical threat is completely nullified.
Oh, possibly looking at the beginning to the end for this very matchup. 1620 Kings kind of just continued the trend of just flogging, unfortunately, all over the place. Whereas Warriors feeling on their horse, in their element, in their momentum. Albeit in a 4v4 with Schmidt down, it still could be either one of the sides play and either one of the sides win, but with the sheer amount of time that's still in the hands of Warriors, this is still very much leaning into their favor. Plus, on top of it all, the slight health advantage in their favor on the attack certainly does help.
But the big problem now, obviously, the vertical threat. You lose your sledge, now you're going to open the floors with the ITA in the hands of Bot, or just not open at all, which means there are a lot of angles that can now be contested.
Oh,
Culture.
don't need that.
Cracks out at KJ. They follow up with Jeff as well. They take the 2-for-1 special. Bop now walking through Oil Pit, trying to get onto the site. Lonely and Machine have a hell of a job. Machine, though, is going to be good for one. Can he find any more? They won't be able to get the bar hatch at the moment because all their focus is here over towards Kitchen, and there was an attempt at an impact trick from the looks of things, but the deterrent is there. Warriors, they're going to stall out for a little bit longer.
How come they know that one of the players is doing the impact tricking? Why not straight away going for the push? Feels a little bit of a counterintuitive as the clone of Iana does go in to confirm at least a certain amount of pressure that could be mounting around the armory side. But yeah, a very big missed opportunity there, which will be meaning that there's a down for Culture. Well, Lonely might just be able to play a big role here to keep 1620 Kings alive.
Unfortunately, no, Jordo swings back out and it leaves it in the hands of Machine. He might be able to find a good angle onto Jordo, but it is just going to catch his hip and find a third. Now it could be a battle of time. Shant does have the diffuser and 2 stuns in hand. If Machine can bait this one out, he could be good, but the pings, the active pings, you need to make your move, and Machine will step in for the team, find the round win, but unfortunately, Cthulhu, this is a long road, and that is only the first step.
Yeah, quite a uphill battle there for K16 off the back of a singular clutch. Something that is not particularly sustainable, which is not particularly something that you would want to see as a K16 player or a fan. But still, a 3-point differential is relatively workable. But again, back-to-back is what needs to be done. And well, tactical pause from Warriors, interestingly enough, given that they just missed that big opportunity for a 7-2.
Keeping in mind that last night, the tac pause is what turned the momentum for the 1620 Kings in their matchup. So, Warriors, they play in the same competition. They would have been watching that match, so they know just how big a pause like this can be for a team of this caliber. Yes, you are still on match point, but within 3 now. That is a far cry from a 5-1 split.
Absolutely. Something that Warriors would have wanted to avoid as much as possible, but you can see the signs of frustration and concern certainly popping about. No smiles, barely a whole lot of talk coming about. All business, yeah, from K16, but the business, so far hasn't been particularly too fruitful.
K16 have attack pause as well. They haven't committed. That is rather interesting. I would imagine maybe if we get 1 round further, potentially that's the time for 1620 Kings to call it. Obviously, if it goes the other way, it won't matter. But right now, we head to Gym Bedroom in the 10th. 1620 Kings, the last couple of rounds have been scrappy, but they have dictated a lot of the pace of it. The aggression from Jacko, being able to play off certain angles and contest. But, I mean, Warriors, the biggest problem they faced in that last round was they stalled out and gave 1620 Kings the chance to regroup.
Yeah, that opening was rather big, allowing the slowdown on the breach for the hatch in the kitchen, the slowdown on the actual push into the armory, the misdrawn of the actual gun racks, just all that compounded into a severe misplay by Warriors, which resulted by the conclusion of it all into a really nice comeback. Well, a comeback clutch, let's call it that, by Machine. Again, the man has been seen in quite a number of 1vx clutches that he was able to perform for K16, but I've said it before, I'll say it again, relying on those clutches is the last thing that you want to have happen to you. And already we are seeing quite a change. A very aggressive push up onto the rafters, which could be a little bit of a misplay and a misread as Culture just keeps on waltzing on about and just pinging all the positions as the frag grenades might start flying.
Bot primed and ready, has the Claymore set on the windows. He's even going to pop the con window as well. Schmidt, he's going to get some big damage and a kill onto Machine, flushing out that position. And now the pinch on through, the collapse towards construction can begin to happen. KJ just walks into the bullet stream from Bot, and within moments, things are collapsing.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what was happening with KJ or what was the idea there, or maybe the lack of information, or maybe lack of the sound cues for him. Who knows what was lacking there, but as it stands, no chances whatsoever. Jacko falls as well, 2 frags away from claiming that 3-pointer from Warriors, and it is looking to be like it might just happen, although Chef Jeff keeps on insisting to stay alive.
M590, it's Jeff on a mute with Lonely in support on the smoke. I could not think of a scarier duo to have to battle against in this situation. The window popped, the shot's not going to connect onto Lonely, who will just escape with his life for now. But Jeff, we've seen him clutch up crazier rounds before. Bop's going to jump on it. He's 15 at 4. He's hitting big numbers. Finds the angle, but Lonely rips the head off with the SMG-11. Jeff will fall, and it's now all on Lonely with the toxic canisters. 1 minute to play and about 5 health in total. This is not looking positive for him at the moment. There is not enough utility for him to deny. In fact, all canisters are gone. It is just down to the gunplay. The plant will begin. Shant on the job. Lonely going to get aggressive onto the Logi door, but he finds one. He's got to hit nothing but headshots from here. But no, it's not to be. Culture shuts it down, and the Warriors will win their second here in LPL Pro.
Unfortunate turnout there for 1620 Kings, but very fortunate.
They didn't play their first, so they win their first?
Yeah, they win their first. Yeah, look, Warriors certainly doing a really good job, despite, yeah, some rather unfortunate turnouts back in week number 1. But, yeah, look, managing to make it work really, really well. I mean, the 7-3 scoreline is nothing to scoff at, and bopped once again. 15 frags being dropped. Absolutely
15
just
5, a 3.0 KD.
Yeah, a 3.0 KD is just an absolutely stellar performance from Bopped and co. And once again, yeah, look, pointing towards the fact that Bopped could be that big shining star for Warriors.
I mean, 8 out of 10 rounds, Warriors found the opening frag. There was 2 rounds where 1620 Kings picked it up.
Do keep in mind as well that Bopped's whole success on a number of the frags did rely on the fact that the initial deconstruction of that whole roster of K16 was at the hands of Schmidt and the rest of the players, with those initial frags, initial spawn peaks as well coming about. That extra aggression, whilst not as indicative of on the stats, but it was still extremely impactful.
Yeah, I mean, it was success translated into success. I think the 2 rounds that 1620 Kings got, it was off clutches. Yeah, Jeff got a 4K and there was support there for him in that 2 versus 2. But I mean, Machine had to clutch up the 1 versus 2 in the 9th. We are going to have a bit of a chat with the Warriors though. Bopped, the man of the hour, coming in to join us. My man, a 3.0 KD by the end of the match. How sore are your shoulders right now?
Oh, a little bit sore, you know. Carrying Schmidt's always hard. So, you know, it is what it is.
Hey, look, I mean, in his defense, at least he was able to find a number of the opening frags, so at least, you know, some slight assistance. But yeah, look, phenomenal performance from you guys. Look, going into this matchup against K16, given that both you and themselves had a really solid win yesterday, was there any sort of concern going into this matchup, or was it all just confidence from you guys?
I think it's a little bit of confidence now. Like, after our win from last night, we just know that we're hitting our form. Like, we know how we need to play together. We're just really just playing well together, I guess.
And I mean, you guys have had a bit of tumultuous year so far. The remixing of the roster, coming in, finding your roles. I mean, at this stage, your focus will probably be the end of LPL Pro in Stage 2. Are you guys feeling confident going into Stage 2 of the Challenger League and beyond that you can contest with the big boys?
Yeah, we are starting to feel pretty confident now. Yeah, we're definitely just finding our groove, just kind of just solidifying the roster. Just figuring out where we need to play, how we need to play, everything. Everything's just kind of finding its foot for us.
I mean, look, it's been impressive stuff, and hopefully Schmidt can catch up with the rest of you by the end stage. But look, Bot, it's been a pleasure to have you here. Before we let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
No, shout out the boys for having a fun game, I guess.
Well, look, congratulations. Go off, enjoy your week. 2 wins for them, Cthulhu. A massive day as well today. But that is not all. There is more Siege to be played. Off the back of that matchup, though, I mean, does it keep rolling? Do the upsets keep coming, or is it just going to be solid consistency from here on out? I
think we might be actually seeing a couple more upsets. Namely, I'm actually eyeing out that UG versus Onami off the back of UG claiming already a win against a Challenger League team. Now it's a National League team that is on the board, and they are looking to claim some names here.
Well, we'll have to wait until after the break to figure that one out. Of course, Onami, a bit of a struggle. They pick up their first win of the year. Yet last week, UG pick up one as well. Now it's going to be a bit of a clash between the two to see who escapes towards the top of that leaderboard. We'll come back after the break. Underground Esports Club taking on Onami. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ。
お。
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。敵は必ず撃つ。
Kia ora whanau, guys, Zeno J here, and I'm back with Let's Play Live as our friends at Bandai Namco contacted us. Hey, Zeno, do you want to review our latest game, Elden Ring, and see how you go? And, well, let's see how I go. What is Elden Ring? Well, Elden Ring is the latest title from Software in collaboration with George R.R. Martin to create a new open world epic story of a character who is tarnished and beyond the veil. In that world, they're going to have to fight for their life to try to beat the holders of the Elden Ring, where you will die a lot of times. You have to build up and level up your character. Like I said, it's open world, which means it's very, very epic, and there's so much to explore. And once you have your trusty steed Torrent, you're going to enjoy so much more of the world that is out there waiting for you in Elden Ring. Now let's check this out. I did some reading online, guys, and what I saw, what was the thing, was to pick the astrologer class. If you want it to feel a little bit easier, and you also pick the golden seed as the buff you take in. What I really like so far is, like, in terms of graphics, the sheer fidelity is so beautiful. But yeah, these graphics just run so smoothly. I know that the way we're playing at the moment is to prioritize the frame rate. So, you gotta stick with the crispy frames. It's all about the frames, especially in a Soulsborne game. You want the frames because you need to be able to see what you're doing, see how you're reacting. This man is trying to one-shot me. Oh, he had me. I did like a piercing strike. So as you guys can see, there's a ton of different like enemy types. And so you have to respond accordingly to how each of them play. And so make sure, folks, when you're playing Elden Ring, you jump down into this tutorial area so you can do cool eliminating things like that. So let's hit the door. I'm hoping into the world of Elden Ring. As you guys could see, that was a tutorial. So if you guys can see that character over there, everybody knows who that is by now. That is the Tree Sentinel. I wonder if they're friendly.
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for New Belt Nitro Signal, and he fell for it. He's looking to give coverage for his teammate, right? Can he lock it down? Yes, he can. Swings in, triple for Shaq. No time. Pun has to swing in. Jordy's pulled off. He won it. Around.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
Hot off the back of, well, Warriors taking a very, very nice win. We've got two teams looking to do much the same here tonight, Cthulhu. The Warriors, they made it look easy. Let's be honest, they did take that match by storm. They were in control from start to finish. But I don't know if the same can be said for our next two components.
Oh yeah, look, our next two matchups could be still looking rather volatile, but yes, you are correct. Warriors certainly looked much more in form, and I would want to say that it is partially at least due to the fact that it's been a consistent roster from almost, well, day two of a couple other leagues. But yeah, look, a very consistent performance, and Bopt once again, yeah, taking the whole team on his shoulder. But now upon us, UG versus Onami.
Yeah, Underground, this unknown quantity coming to the competition. We know very little about them other than what we saw last week. And then you've got Onami, some of the most well-known players in the region outside of, you know, APAC South and the professional leagues. I mean, look, it's Onami. It's a team. You got Smacker, you got Havoc, you got Archie, you got Yui, and Gulmau rounding out the roster. This is a team of insanely mechanically gifted players. They can play the game very, very well. But can their opponent stack up against it? Of course, first up, it's Underground Esports Club. They are looking to come in and double down for a second victory tonight. Pinku, MML, Zuve, Eraser, and JPK. We know Zuve coming from PlayStation. He's a well-known name in the scene at the moment in terms of Tier 3 competition. But they won't have Majestic in this week.
Yeah, him and Eraser, as a matter of fact, I believe that duo that came from the PlayStation days. But yeah, look, without Majestic, it may be a little bit of a different roster, given that he was that kind of last-moment sub. And yeah, Zuve and Eraser could do quite a great deal of work and could certainly perform, but it was ultimately back in week one's Majestic's kind of day to show up.
Yeah, he showed up in a big way, but we'll have to see if their opponents today could show up in much the same. It is Onami coming in, still looking for an org, by the way. Smacker, Gulmau, Archie, Havoc, and Yui. Some incredibly mechanically gifted players. Each one of these members of the Onami roster can frag out when they need to, and they've proved that time and time again. I mean, Yui leading the charge, most frags in the lobby, but Smacker had some of the most impressive ones across the board.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, a very aggressive roster that could do a great deal of damage here in LPL Pro. I mean, each one of them have had a phenomenal track record of being just great fraggers, phenomenal performers, and kind of from there on out, look, it's up to their chemistry and up to their coordination that they need to really channel to be able to really come out successful and bring in the pain train really here. So I gotta say, look, it will very much depend on how will they perform and what map will they bring in on board, but I certainly think that they have the upper hand in the fragging department here.
Well, we'll have to see it. Two players we want to keep our eyes on most in the head-to-head matchup. It is going to be Zuve, the one player we do have the most knowledge about on Underground. He should be able to step up for this team and perform. But on the other side, it is, of course, Smacker, who has made a name for himself being audacious, being bold, and being incredibly skilled to back it up.
Yeah, look, Smacker has a great track record. First of all, a veteran within LPL Pro as well, back on the original Skyflyer rosters, and then had jumped a number of rosters as well. On the side of Underground, yeah, look, Zuve seeming to be able to transfer his knowledge from the console days into the PC, managed to really find his own ground here, and as a representative for Underground Gaming, he is the one to really try to push the envelope there for the rest of the team, given that it was him and JPK, I believe, who were attempting to be that big pressure players, whereas on the side of Onami, basically each one of them can be that pressure player.
Yeah, I think the only player who you're not expecting to frag out in game day is probably Gulmau, but he does play that support role for the team. He is the voice of reason, trying to coordinate the youngsters who, look, let's be honest, you wind them up, you let them go, and they're going to take heads off quite cleanly at the end of the day. You're going into the map veto, of course, to determine where we're playing. We've had Villa, we've had Clubhouse, and now it looks like we go somewhere new. Skyscraper, one of the newest additions to the comp pool. This is a map we've talked about to death. It is a labyrinth. It is close quarters combat, and this is a map where Onami can absolutely shine.
Oh yes, yes. This is going to be a perfect time, a perfect opportunity. Matter of fact, as well, a perfect opportunity for either Onami or Underground to really gain themselves that lead, because the rest of the teams so far prior to the beginning of this matchup are stuck in almost a 6 or 5-way tiebreaker. So breaking that mold, getting out of that and propelling themselves even further, this will be a phenomenal start for either one of the teams, but Onami 110% should have the upper ground here, whereas for UG, they will need to at least just watch for their adjustments, make sure that they don't allow that sheer amount of swinging potential to be given to Onami, and from there on, well, it should be a relatively, well, free-flowing game.
And I mean, it is a slightly different play style to the maps that we've seen so far in LPL Pro. There's a lot of priority on verticality, denying some of those key positions on the map, like the stairs, the ability to get around the map. We've seen a lot more Oryx on Skyscraper than we necessarily expected.
Yes.
In terms of that veto phase, are we going to see the less conventional in the likes of the flank watch, or are we going back to basics and leaving some of those dangerous picks up?
Look, I think we are going to be looking at least half of our operator bans to be a little bit spicier. I'm still thinking we either going to be see either Flores or Thatcher out of the equation, but somebody like a Hibana, maybe, actually no, Jackal or a Nomad could be two very big impactful plays, because especially against Onami, a Nomad ban would be, well, almost a death sentence, because without that flank watch in a passive way of either Nomad, air jabs, or even the track stingers of Gridlock, it is basically free real estate for all the run-out galore. Skyscraper is a known entity in that regard. The run-outs could be absolutely big, and in the way how Onami are looking to be played, they need to be cornered and shut down and kept passive.
Both these teams are looking to achieve lofty heights by the end of the evening. Speaking of, let's get on into Skyscraper. It is a high volatility map, and it is high up to boot as well. There is limited safety on this map in terms of outside. You can be jumped out, you can be run out. There is so much that can go wrong on the attack, so you need to cover your bases. You also need to watch your flanks.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what is planned to be really here. Onami all looking very much focused and ready to roll. Ghoul already given a little bit of a pre-game speech. On the side of Underground, it's still all very kind of keen, very concentrated game. Them all trying to get back into the swing of things. And yeah, look. Thatcher is actually being the first one to be banned out. Understandably so. Thatcher is one of those operators that on Skyscraper, back in the old version of it, and even in the new version, is extremely impactful. Does allow a number of breaches to come about, and Maverick is going to be the next one to be gone. Underground Gaming realizing how easy it would be to allow Maverick back into the swing, things back into the play. So restricting that hard breaching capabilities to needing to get rid of the breach denial and only then proceed to go with a conventional breach does make things a bit more interesting. Now with Valkyrie, again, understandable in a similar way how she plays out on Cafe, on Villa, on even Clubhouse or Oregon. She is the queen of the flexible plays and the sheer amount of information to be gained, and Mira to be the last one. Relatively kind of standardized ban phase, minus maybe the Maverick that occasionally sees that ban, but in the same vein, understandable. because if Nomad ban came about, that would have been already a really big problematic thing. So good thing that Underground nor Onami really let that happen. And yeah.
You might be wondering who is in the lobby with us. Akams is Smacker backwards, so I can understand the confusion of the audience, but it is what it is. I mean, it's interesting that we see the Maverick band. I can only think of maybe 1-2 positions where it would actually be useful on this map. Flores would have made a lot more sense to me on Skyscraper, but it is what it is, and well,
no, actually, this does make sense because look, I mean, you look at the Geisha. How do you get the Flores drone in there? Either you need to get him directly in through the window, or he somehow needs to be in a close proximity to be able to sneak in by the time the timer on the Flores drone runs out. So again, that labyrinth kind of play is again kicking in, where it seems close by, but with the sheer amount of doorways, angles, and corridors that you need to cover, it is a marathon and a half that you need to run through. So, in saying that, there's that kind of big play that where we might not even see Flores to come to full fruition or to the full effect. But somebody like a Twitch, that could be a whole different state of things, especially with the F2, a very devastating weapon. So UG getting a really good read on that. But again, we've been talking about that when Skyscraper was first seen in the competitive appearance, and that is being that a lot of teams without enough of the prep might have a problem with that coordinated play and might revert back to those almost ranked plays.
And speaking of reverting back, we are getting an iconic pick here. Smacker and his Mozzie really stood out last year for the team. That being the Warriors at the time, of course, the audacity, the aggression that he showed. And you got Archie picking up the Jaeger once again, formerly the 1620 Kings roster last year. So this duo playing offsite, playing up in the faces of Underground, could definitely do some damage.
Funnily enough, Archie, Yui, and Smacker did play back on the original Skyfire roster, so they already have
Jigsaw, who now
exactly.
of Invictus Gaming.
Invictus Gaming, yeah. They all grow up so fast, it seems. But yeah, definitely also already good signs of initial chemistry could certainly be there, but UG could also throw in quite a large spanner in the works. Already a couple of the rotations did come about as well, which does kind of lean into the fact that Onami are looking to at least play for a brief moment of time, but presence already at the exhibition room is big.
Oh, that's big. Smacker with the stolen drone, and Dragon is just feeding this info through. They know exactly where this sledge for a Razor is coming, and Archie knows where the aggression is, but unfortunately the big drum mag of the LMGE is going to be...
Why is JPK reloading with 117 rounds?
Tactical reload, it's part of the game, Cthulhu, we both know this. The Nitro Cell popped and ready. Unfortunately, too little too late from Gould, not going to find any traction, but that was a very near miss from JPK.
Yeah. Missing out on an opportunity, but you look at Pinku, you look at JPK low on HP. Zuve does get the better of Ghoul. Smacker goes down. It's all looking not particularly too favorable. At least Yui gets the better of Zuve, but at an expense of a majority of his health points. Swing comes in. That's one down. Can he get two? No. Player goes down, and so is Yui. Very, very dominating play by UG at the beginning of this match, but can they keep up this ferocity now? That is a whole different thing.
Yeah, Onami dropped the round. I mean, they take some very unfortunate gunfights. They were scouted out for a lot of those positions. Coming into this matchup, it's hard to get information. Obviously, it's a very new roster. They haven't had a lot of experience at the level that Onami are used to, so there's limited info available.
Yeah, limited info indeed. Yeah, Underground having quite a good amount of fun, really, for themselves.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Certainly getting the banter going, as it seems like mates of mates kind of deal. Between themselves and Onami players. On the side of Onami, though, a little bit of a lackluster performance, albeit maybe just not particularly too prepared for this amount of pressure that was mounting up there slowly but surely. Now, reintroducing Cade here, once again looking to try to make some sort of a slowdown with the way how the Twitch was played by UG. It was absolutely clinical, no slowdown whatsoever, and certain rotations to the Dragon might prove to be a little bit more fruitful here.
Yeah, they should have a... Smacky's at it again. He's just doing the full spin right now. But it should be a bit of a harder time getting into exhibition, obviously, and office there as well. That wall will be hard to clear out. Ghoul has the Cade Claw on it already. And getting that Twitch drone in with the mute coverage that we're already seeing, courtesy of Smacker. I mean, this is probably going to have to be a little bit more concentrated in terms of the push. They're going to have to clear things out a little bit slower, which, I mean, to be fair, that is how they play that last round, but they can't quite get the info, then bum rush, given the proximity of the remaining players.
Problem being, though, is that you look at the positioning of all the defenders. Oceania completely vacated the ground floor, which means vertical play and the impact trick could really come in big here, which is... I'm not too sure if it's if it's fully breachable, but yet again, already a breach has started to come about. Instead, it's a Razor that gets the better of Archie. Not the best kind of opener that you want, especially if you are Oceania. And for Underground, already getting that early advantage is absolutely big.
Yeah, I mean, that wall straight in towards the side is not the ideal prospect, especially at the top of house stairs. That wall is a pretty key one at the best of times. Shock drone in, Ghoul is going to be spotted, but he will finally close it out. Look at that, multiple angles being contested. The back of office now opened as well in quick succession. Ghoul's going to have to hit his shots if he wants to win this one out. Going to go swing, almost finds the head, but he is well and truly tucked into the lounge. He can't do much from here.
Not at all, yeah. Ghoul kind of locked in into his position. Not the best kind of spot that you want. Reveals his spot that he is holding around the bar area. So is Player. As Oceania are struggling to find any sort of their own opener, any of their own closure. A swing with M590 is there, and just unfortunately for Smacker, there's already presence on the stairs. Yui now on the hunt, might just be able to find a drop. In comes the swing. Can he find the frag? He does see them, nearly flogs it, does get the better of JPK, but now it's the hunt for the Red October as Razor wants to find his own frag.
Big damage being dealt to UG right there, but Yui will fall. Zuve again with that big LMG in the hands of Fink. It's down to Ghoul and Player to try and hold on. It's a big headshot. Player falls. Ghoul to hold on, the veteran of the team, but it can't be done. Pinku closes him out as well. UG, 2 quick rounds in succession.
Pinku doing great deal of work there on a fragmite. Just absolutely ripping through the last remains of Oceania. Whereas on the side of Oceania, it is, yeah, look, looks of almost frustration already starting to creep in. The way how it's being played, the way how they are being played is rather seeming to be quite frustrating. And Oceania kind of trying to find any sort of way of grasping onto just any sort of slowdown, but it's not the slowdown play that needs to actually happen. It's completely the opposite. They need to basically revert back to the old LPL Pro days, or even better yet, go even further, dig deeper, go just in for all the ranked swings, just unleash that almost primal aggression that they used to play each one of them, and maybe there on we could see some differences.
Lean into the ego swings just a little bit there. I mean, we've seen it work before. Being able to just contest things with confidence. Right now, though, you can see Oceania trying to set themselves up for victory here in the third. It has been 2 very brutal rounds, but the Underground Gaming have come out on top on. Right now, they prep themselves. The Cade Claws. It's going to be a double Cade Claw onto the office wall. They want that security over the other side of the building.
Absolutely. Well, certain extensions coming about as the Aruni of Archie looking to try to play for that, at least some buffer to have plenty of notification that there is about to be a push. Already riddance of the Mew Jammers coming about. It's very, very clinical. Again, 0 contention around that window, which prompts, well, Oceania kind of play for the post-breach situation, which begs for a question. Is it Oceania that are not prepared here? Because Underground seems to have studied this map through and through.
But it was down to Oceania's choice. They had the final ban. They could have opted to go elsewhere, but this is where they decided to play things out. JPK heading through delivery, wants to clear out any potential threat from below, which Yui presented himself to be in that last round. There is a player just in front of him at long desk, and unfortunately, Player just not quick enough on the trigger. JPK with a snap, and he keeps the train rolling.
Not too sure what is happening there with Oceania, but for Underground, this is a phenomenal day of playing. I mean, round 3 already going this their way how we done. Player out. That's one of the big. Roma's gone. I mean, you look at the stats. Ghoul is on 1 frag, Yui on a double, the rest are sitting on a donut at the moment after 2 rounds of one. Round 3 posed to be, about to be, well, down and out, but not for long as JPK is down, so is MML. And all of a sudden, well, Onami might just have a solid chance at claiming it back, that whole momentum, but Zuve looking to get a revive. You do have boosters, my man, but decides to go for a rather much more conventional play about it, and, well, UG in the 3v4.
They want to save the boost until he's after he's up, provide that little bit of longevity to JPK. There's one more in the back pocket. 3 versus 4 in the final minute. The positioning isn't too bad. Off his balcony now into VIP clearance. The swing onto Archie is good, and a Razor will drop him immediately. Into the side, looking for more. Can't win out against Yui, unfortunately. With the shotgun out, Yui doubles down. Looking for a third. The drop down is not quite good enough. His feet show, and Zuve will clean him up. The 1 versus 2 to bring this round back. The underground. Smacker and Ghoul to hold on. Smacker not the healthiest at the moment. Zuve just has an inkling that someone is coming from Shrine right now. It is Ghoul, of course, over there. The pre-fires voluntarily giving away the game. But Smacker back behind Zuve's position right now. Could pinch in and definitely upset. No nitro cells. It's all going to come down to the gun. Zuve is going to aggro up pre-fire there. Is going to be better with the LMG. And that's a kill for Zuve to take it down to the 1 versus 1. Smacker needs to hit the head, but he can't. On ground. That's 3 in a row.
I am shocked here, Panda, with, you know, what we were expecting from Onami to happen. You know, the ability to basically play that aggression. Skyscraper pretty much plays in or even, you know, playing those angles. It seems like they are trying this like ranked, whereas Underground almost feels like they actually fully scrimmed, prepared, and actually stratted it. And albeit I say that it is off the back of just a not phenomenal amount of numbers of the LMG kills in the current meta, being how powerful they are, but I'm a little bit lost for words. It's probably the best way to really describe this, because again, not a whole lot of vertical pressure from the defense. Very kind of basic setup for their sites, and yeah, it kind of feels a little bit odd and off what's really happening with Onami. Maybe it's certain points of just frustration and tilt starting to creep in the early times. Maybe it's just the chemistry not really meshing out between the players, and it's maybe the difference in one could even say egos. But something is certainly up with Onami, because very disconnected defense so far, not a whole lot of ability to catch the right timing, not the perfect ability to get a read on where to actually position themselves, and allowing a lot of the actual utility to slip away. Feels like maybe it's just not their day. Maybe the concentration is at all-time low.
Indeed. I mean, it's still only 3-0. It's not the end of the day. There's still 3 rounds and a half. But I think this is kind of how we expected Skyscraper being added to the meta to be played out. We did expect it to be slightly more attacker-sided, given the building, the ability to find that information without having to commit too deeply. But it's still a far cry from what we expected from Onami.
Absolutely, yeah. Seems like the ye old days of reviving, the pacing of team like Skyfire is completely gone and out. And once again, clinical breach here from Underground. And yes, sad days so far. Maybe it's just taking them a while to wake up. So, and certainly you could be right here, Panda, that they just need a moment to really get a breather in. But it seems like Underground are not really intending to give them a chance for breather anytime soon. So I'm saying that first time in a while, they might just have the ability to bring this back. I say that MML gets the better of Archie just like that, and with C4 just being tossed out just willy-nilly, it's just, yeah, it's a very clinical conclusion there.
I mean, it's absurd almost. This is far from what we expected. Onami are a team that have incredibly capable players, but they're being outclassed frag for frag, matchup for matchup. Ghoul, the pings are there for him, but he can't connect onto a Razor, unfortunately. And with 3 players remaining, as we hit the halfway mark here, Ghoul will find 2 on the lineup. That is huge for the team right now. Aggressive jump out from Geisha nets them some big results, and from here it becomes doable. The Nitro again, unfortunately not in the right place. It might do damage, it might down, and it will.
It will down, but only for a brief moment as the Razor gets picked back up by the Finker boost. That is the final boost as well, and Zuve though does get the opener onto Yui, which does now push the player disadvantage there, slightly for a brief moment in favor of Underground until player does find the better of JPK. Now Razor being low on HP, a couple of rounds and will be it for him, but both Ghoul and player are very up on HP.
Ghoul, the cam's there to provide support, so they know Zuve's top of the stairs. Ghoul, as it go down, they just find it. And that leaves it at the hands of player. They need to finish off Ghoul. Player has to find 2 heads with 25 seconds remaining. They don't have the sight. He's on one with coverage to the other. This is a dicey spot for him to be in. All he needs is to expose himself a minuscule moment of time, and he will give away the game. That's a kill onto a Razor. That's the one you want. He's going to swing out towards Shrine as well. It's a game of cat and mouse right now. Zuve pushing through towards Mezzanine. He's going to aggressively swing, but no. Players on the run. The swing. Zuve in trouble, and it's down to time. Nami finally on the board.
Still a rather scrappy turnout there from Onami, as they did manage to play for time, run away at the final moments, not needing to contest against that LMG, but still Underground starting to show some cracks, not particularly the kind of turnout that you would want to see. Still very much concentrated. The initial smiles that we've got to see at the beginning of the matchup all but gone, but now with a 3-1 scoreline, Onami still have chances to turn this into a draw in the first half, and if they do make it so, well, maybe the attack will be a little bit more favorable for them.
Barbecue and kitchen. Look, doesn't sound like too bad a prospect right now, but in terms of the defense, well, we'll have to see how it plays out. Ghoul going to pick up the Maestro. We've seen this already tonight, but I mean, in the hands of someone like Ghoul now, I think this is probably a little bit more deadly than it appears.
Quite certainly, Ghoul could be an absolute menace when it comes down to just absolutely holding down positions, especially with a big box mag that is the older, well, on the older 5.56. This could be workable, but oh, never mind.
It's the superior gun.
It's the superior gun, obviously, yes. Evidently, the ACS-12 is being brought out here for a little bit more of a long-range capabilities as well, on top of the Bailiff shotgun as well. So the rest of the team is looking to try to play in a little bit more of a utility-heavy way, introducing as well a Thunderbird, which would mean that returning and defaulting back to the side would mean that reset for back to almost full HP could be in play as well, but still very much of a scarce, very much of a one-man army attempt to hold on a number of the occasions, which didn't really bode well so far for Onami.
The Biscuit Tin launcher in the hand. I mean, you look at the positions, they are trying to be a little bit more interceptive, I suppose would be the best way to describe it. They want to get up in the face of Underground. They don't want to give them the momentum, the room that they've generated so far. Smacker looking to bandit trick, and Geisha doesn't want that wall being opened up whatsoever. Player over towards Exhibition, picking up this position from Archie in the previous rounds. Wants to deny that entry into the building for as long as possible. They also bring the Thunderbird. They want that longevity here in round 5.
Yeah, longevity is certainly the need here, the necessity for Onami, not an option. Something that they have been lacking very heavily. Not too sure what's the idea here for players so far. Maybe it's just the offside presence. Yui disconnecting though, that is not what you want to have happen to you. No calls obviously will be happening, and well, Onami are forced to play in a 4v5 straight from the get-go here.
Less than ideal would probably be the best description of it right now, but I mean, still, Underground have burnt half the round trying to gauge what resistance is there for Onami. They know one's off the board already, and they can look to get a bit aggressive. Smacker, the first to taste some of the heat. I think it was Gulmal retreating from that position. Smacker still taking further damage still. The opening of that wall into Geisha is going to be a big prospect. We also haven't even touched on the fact the nerf to the Nomad that's come through into play. And JPK coming in from behind the lifeline into the wall. Smacker almost gets it, but it's Archie to find the kill. Zuve to fall. Smacker's in a bit of trouble. He will go down to Pinku as further engagements ensue. Things slow for the moment going into the final 50.
Absolutely. JPK looking to continue his crusade, but instead it will have to be a little bit more cautious about where he goes in, where he swings. Does opt into just covering off the flank with a claymore, so at least he gets an indication or a sound cue. if it's going to be shot out or exploded. 30 seconds though remaining. Onami could still play for time, given that they still have 5 very healthy players, but the vertical gameplay could be very damaging to them.
Oh no, Ghoul caught just outside of the site. JPK now takes it for himself. Unfortunately, the coverage they needed. That kill though, or down rather, on JPK could be huge. Archie has the potential to find a Kona station to find himself some reprieve, but no, headshot means he's out of the round. It's on to Player to try and clutch up. Almost denies the defuse, and unfortunately, it's going to come after the fact. MML finds the closing kill, and that is a less than ideal round for Onami off the back of a disconnect.
Yeah, there has to be quite a tilter there for Onami. Very unfortunate result of things, and I believe we will need to have a bit of a rehost to happen. But, oh man, I'm not too sure what is really happening with Onami there. Given that, for Underground, look, they managed to play it out perfectly. Almost, one could even say too perfectly on certain occasions, but their drone game so far been perfect. Their fragging game so far been quite solid. Apart from a couple of hiccups here and there, they still seem to have that extra one step ahead, which seems to be something that, well, Onami don't really have, and it's been a very disconnected play from them, which instills quite a lot of concern about them.
Yeah, unfortunately, this might take a little bit longer than we anticipated, so we are going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we'll jump on into, well, the final round of the half, Cthulhu, to see how things play out and how things ensue. When we come back, we'll jump on into it.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon.
なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
先生。
お。
ここに。 私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。ええ。話は聞いたわ。見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Kia ora whanau, that guy Zeno J here, and I'm back with Let's Play Live as our friends at Bandai Namco contacted us and said, hey, Zeno, do you want to review our latest game, Elden Ring, and see how you go? And, well, let's see how I go. What is Elden Ring? Well, Elden Ring is the latest title from Software in collaboration with George R.R. Martin to create a new open world epic story of a character who is tarnished and beyond the veil. In that world, they're going to have to fight for their life to try to beat the holders of the Elden Ring, where you will die a lot of times and you have to build up and level up your character. Like I said, it's open world, which means it's very, very epic and there's so much to explore. And once you have your trusty steed Torrent, you're going to enjoy so much more of the world that is out there waiting for you in Elden Ring. Now let's check this out. I did some reading online, guys, and what I saw, what was the thing, was to pick the astrologer class. If you want it to feel a little bit easier, and you also pick the golden seed.
We're coming back into it. We've been told all 10 players are just about to get into the lobby and get ready to consider. But what we've seen so far is a far cry from what we expected.
Absolutely, yeah, look, it's been an absolute pain train. I mean, even the shirt itself kind of dictates that it has been pain for Oceania, it has been pain just on Skyscraper in general. On the side of UG, though, it has been quite a clinical play, and it's kind of phenomenal to see that team that risen out of nowhere. Why didn't we see that team appear on OCL? Why didn't we see that team appear on OCL either?
Age limit one.
Age is probably the thing and the case, probably, but again, it's certainly unusual to see that a team of a caliber that is underground, certainly out of a blue, does able to perform like the way how they've done, but nonetheless, it's still good to see that we do have a really great contention, that it won't be kind of a very lopsided kind of contention for the leaderboard. And yeah, pain, and another time pain for our own army.
Yeah, it's just been time and time again, Underground coming out on top with the opening kills, but look at that to kick things off. There are 4 drones now in play for the attackers Cthulhu. A lot of visual utility cleared, info gathering, but Yui, he's looking to get aggressive from the lobby. The jiggle, the bait, and unfortunately MML will time it perfectly. Yui not able to connect the shots, and he will have to back off the angle, forsaking the control over that floor.
Indeed. Absolutely just painful times. Well, I would hope that Onami would be able to at least net themselves one more point. From UG, though, I gotta say, their drone work has been absolutely flawless. On the other hand, though, I have to say, so far, whilst, yes, drone work has been perfect, their approach to the attack has been very much same. And yes, there are some certain changes to the way how things been set up, and yes, player managed to chuck in a magnet shirt, magnet frisbee, let's just call it that. It didn't really change anything. Again, MML is the one to find an opener there, and we just another set of opportunities gone. The C4 is out of the equation, the SMG is gone, him is gone, and it's just make things way worse and way more problematic.
The Twitch drone being thrown deep into office, trying to clear out the utility, and they are going to be able to find it. That's big for them. Catches the mute jammer as well to throw deep. Last time the Twitch drone was being covered, player shot it out, and they're just going to get it nice and deep, and finally the second is cleared out. But, I mean, it's too little too late. All the utility has been cleared.
Yeah, with Zuvia already getting the better of Smacker again. It is, well, Smacker did the smacking before. No more it is for him here. MML just gets a free entry into the site. Finally, though, fragged out by player as Onami trying to spring back into the swing of things, but with Archie down, 2v4 is upon us, Panda. It is not looking very, very, well, promising at all.
Not at all, especially with JPK pressuring up through the house stairs. The lifeline in play, the concussions should disorientate any number of people on the site. 2 players effectively, Ghoul and Player to try and hold on. JPK keeps walking up the house stairs. Player in towards Shrine. The foot, it's right there for you, JPK. Can't do it. Player finds one, Ghoul finds another, but player will fall after the fact. Ghoul now, does he opt to go and pick up his teammate Archie? And that is exactly what's happening. Now we find ourselves in a 2 versus 2 in the final 20. Razor and Zuve to try and push to the site and get that diffuser down. Zuve will walk in, tucked in by the reinforcement, even goes for the stim. Archie would be happy to have one of those. Unfortunately, it's not to be. And Razor has to cover the plant right now, and that's not going to work. Head removed. Archie, that's a ripper of a shot. Looking for more. Zuve has the plant down and is playing in the post. He's about half health at the moment. If they can find the shots, Ghoul falls. Head ripped off. It's onto player who was picked up not too long ago, and Zuve is going to pull it out of the bag.
Just as we thought that Onami would be able to at least find some sort of a comeback here, just couldn't really make it work. Round 7 is now upon us. Panda 5-1 conclusion of the first half yet again, this time in a much more convincing nature. Onami look lost, and that is the final verdict of the first half. And I'm not too sure what is necessary there for them to really spring back, because at least back with Warriors, back in the beginning of their run for 2022, they were at least experimenting. They were trying the complete, passive plays. They were trying the offensive plays, and little by little they started to learn things and finally found their kind of identity. Here, Onami kind of went for what almost feels like a fall from grace. I mean, each one of those players bears that potential. And, almost kind of, you look at Onami prior to their appearance in general in 2022, and it looked like almost that frag-heavy super team. And there's been, plenty of talk about super teams being kind of more so of a myth. It seems like that is unfortunately the case to the side of Onami, just purely for the fact that all of them phenomenal fraggers. Ghoul, Smacker, Player, Archie, Yui, all of them very able players. Unfortunately, altogether, it's a complete disconnect.
Indeed it is, but you look at the attacking lineup, Cthulhu. Top to bottom, Amaru, Nook, Iana, Jackal, and the Buck. There is secondary hard breach gadgets in play for both Ghoul and Yui, but I don't think that's necessarily their priority right now. It's to get in, get aggressive, find kills, and already we can see pushing into the building. Smacker wants to get up Blackstairs. He wants to cover across. Hell, if he can get it to Shrine unscouted, he could do a lot of damage.
Absolutely. That would be the key thing for him to try to look out for and achieve, as the drones are proceeding to gather some information. And for Smacker so far, it's just a lurk, it's just a play around each one of the doorways. Now, does he know of a presence of one of the defenders? Now, that is a whole different question. If the drones are there, we'll be able to get some sort of confirmation, but it seems like for now, it is more so just going to be an attempt for a brute force.
I'm not sure if he was baited out by his own team or what, but these barricades yet. Definitely throwing a spanner in the mix. Razor knows to pull back off that, and so they don't quite commit too early into the fray. Zuve looking to go for the trade back. Ghoul now shots through the wall, going to give away his position, and the damage is quite severe at this stage. But again, no one lost means that there is still a possibility Onami pull it out.
Indeed. Well, already half a round gone. Smacker is the one to open up the scoreline onto Zuve, albeit not for long until the trade, and MML does get the better of Yui. So unfortunately for the Buck player, not for long. He is going to be sticking around. Pinku keeps holding a position very stably as MML has the flank. No call at all, no flank watch as well, and oh, the spray completely flogged. MML about to potentially just completely choke out his flank, and exactly he does that, but not until Smacker gets the better of him. And as it stands, 2v3 out of a blue. Underground are looking to claim this as a match point. I say that the Ghoul does get the better of a Razor with a G8.
JPK holding the angle. He's a bit of chip damage onto player. 40 seconds. This is doable time right now for Onami if they want to make it happen. Sending the charge on through, looking for the info. The Gemini going to get some good info right now. And you've got some very impressive guns for Onami to make it happen. Penku rotating back towards VIP right now, and JPK still watching that angle. Still watching the little pixel, but you can see it. Ghoulmount trying to divert the attention over towards that exhibition window. JPK distracted for a moment. Player, he's in a bit of trouble, tagged up heavy, has to play safe for now. The unfortunate proximity alarm gives it away, and JPK for both in the 7th. Another massive win for UG.
Ay. Just upset upon upset upon upset. Not the kind of turnout that you would want to see from Onami, given their reputation, given their position in the Siege competitive ecosystem, and it is kind of all over the place. Good effort by them, but none of it did really translate into a win, apart from that one round that they managed to reclaim, I believe, at just the beginning of the map. It was just kind of, oh sorry, not at the beginning, at the halfway point of the first half. And even then it was very much down to the wire. So not too sure what is happening. Definitely will need to probably get some more context post-match, but certainly a lot of questions are left unanswered on the side of Onami. On the side of Underground, though, a great heap of potential is certainly in play, and well, once they do come of the age to play in the Challenger League and Nationals, and then further down the line progressing through the Siege ecosystem, they might just be able to, well, be the next kind of force to be reckoned with.
Well, I mean, one round and they're top of the table for the close of week 2, which is a pretty impressive statement in itself, not only taking down the silver medalists from Oceania Challenger League last year, being 16-20 Kings last week, but also taking down Onami, an Oceanic Nationals team this year in the competition, of one that has been around since last year as well, mind you. So far, it has been an absolute spectacle. Underground Gaming, Esports Club, sorry, have just been in charge from start to finish.
Yeah, look, not the type of turnout that you would have wanted from Onami. Very much fortunate, though, from Underground. They will be very happy with the way how things have been so far going. Smacker, again, trying to spearhead the push with the live drone ahead of him, as the Nook has the element of surprise, but again, there's only so much that you can do with the FMG9, and that is to catch the headshots. Zuve is the first on the chopping block, so is a Razor. Swing comes in, no, can't connect the shots. A whole lot of damage, though, onto MML, but that's full control of the disco.
Big damage onto the toes. JPK, though, to drop player means that this is now 4 versus 3. The damage, though, is significant. MML walks around, finds Ghoulmount, that's the planter, but they don't know that Smack is there watching the cover. Yui for a third in the round. Leaves it down to Pinku, the newest member of this team, having joined just this week, looking for shots. Jiggling around the door, you can see Archie trying to get some info, trying to make it happen, but Smacker picks up the diffuser for himself and goes for that plant. Pinku has to make a play here, otherwise he risks losing out, and that's Archie to fall. Spray through the wall, can he get the answer back? No, not quite. And it will still be that 1 versus 2 in the post plant, swinging around, looking for the wall bang, not to be found either. Just so many different angles to contest. Player now on black stairs, the relocation. Does Pinku have any idea that there's one there? The swing out, the bait, to try and make something happen. Pre-fires galore, finishes the kill, but Yui finishes him for a 4th in the round, and Onami will get themselves one more.
One more again. Very concentrated goal, almost not even moving. I mean, a man of pure concentration and just sheer will to try to live as...
He's disconnected his camera.
Look, I'm trying to, you know, build up some sort of a meme. Come on, don't rid me of that.
Some mythos, some mystery behind the man.
Don't rid me of this opportunity, Panda. Come on. In saying that, though, as my dreams and hopes of doing some funny ha-has on the stream have been shattered by my co-caster.
We don't do that here.
We don't do that
all
here.
serious.
We
all
don't
business.
have fun.
No laughs, no smiles, none of it. We're here to play a game.
Not at all, yeah.
A video game.
A video. Yeah, that's the biggest joke of it all. Look, Onami did manage to keep themselves afloat. Though, only 2 points, 4-round differential, no more room for buffer, no more chance for, you know, all the mistakes and, you know, fixing the mistakes. This needs to be addressed right here, right now, and they need to keep it up. With the way how it's been going, it had through and through all the possibilities of being completely lost down the source, so...
I mean, the wild thing is, you look at the numbers for Onami across the board, and it's all even kills, so they're all sitting around that 5 kill mark. In fact, there's 25 kills between the 5 of them.
You're doing maths now.
Yeah, but it's not that hard because there's 3 5s, a 6 and a 4, so you split the difference.
True.
Yeah, when there's only single digits in play, it's not that hard. But I mean, the wild thing is, you look at last week, Yui was 14 and 6. He was dropping double digits numbers. Smacker wasn't too far behind, neither was Player. They were all hitting some insane shots, and well, Goalie's doing something a bit different here. It's a sausage in play. It's Smack. He's going to kick things off with a kill onto MML, just absolutely removing that bandit from play.
Indeed, well, with Smack already taking some initial damage on the engagement with MML gone, this does make things a little bit more workable. Onami could certainly still bring at least this round back, and from there on, well, sky's the limit there really for keep on pushing for the overtime, because this is the only kind of town that is workable for them. Smacker knows about the presence, but now with the drone gone, JPK could be basically anywhere, and well, Smacker is just pretty much left guessing. JPK, though, very much knowledgeable about the presence of his enemy, will have drop on him unless a frag grenade will come about.
Frag grenade is going to be in hand there for Smacker, trying to make a play from below, and the toss will be good. JPK. His attention diverted for now, but Smacker's heading himself upstairs via the black stairs. And oh, the swing onto Player, caught unawares out by the sushi. Unfortunate as it is, JPK's on the hunt for more. Has every inkling that Smacker is coming down black stairs. The pre-fire almost taking his head off, but the explosion into the wall isn't going to be good enough here. He's prone deep into barbecue right now. At least we'll have the hard wall to keep himself alive. But Smacker now looking to aggress onto him. This is a very dangerous situation for him to be in, especially given the number of frag grenades in play. But Smacker drifts in, finds the kill, and we head to the final minute in a 4 versus 3 in favour of Onami.
Indeed it is. Zuve now looking to get into aggressive play. No miss, throws the C4 as it gets stuck on the doorway. It's up to Pinker to try to make a play. No, gets caught on the air jab. That's the perfect turnout right now for Smacker and Archie, as this does very quickly turn the favor even harder into the hands of Onami. 1v4, 42 seconds remaining. The plan is starting to go down. It is looking to be a very clean deal.
Plant down. Now Onami have a bit of breathing room. 4 players alive. They had a lot of breathing room before that anyway. Ghoul has 5 rounds left. 5 shells in play with the sausage to try and make something happen. Now just the 2. He's got 1 shot left. He's playing 1 in the chamber. Razor going for shots under the black stairs, not to connect. Ghoul, he's looking for it. Frag grenade, it's a bit of a bait. He's running around, another little pop nade. Smacker, he's in there for attention, but no, Archie steals away Ghoul's kill. He was playing 1 in the chamber. Archie is not a team player.
Archie just wants this whole matchup just over and done with at this point, honestly. With the way how things been working out, it's just been a little bit of just a cluster of problems for themselves. 6-3 scoreline once again, indicating a possibility of a, well, comeback, reverse sweep to come about. If that is the case, though, I would be extremely surprised, because the way how Onami been really performing themselves, it is looking to be still a very dangerous venture in trying to pull a comeback at this kind of scoreline.
Look, I mean, again, you see crazier things in Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, you talk about infinite overtime grand finals and majors and Six Invitational and the depth that a map can go. I mean, it's no impossibility that we could see 3 rounds strung together for Onami to push us to overtime. Never prudent to count a team, especially like Onami, out of the competition. They are scrappy, they are tenacious, and they will fight with whatever they have to make a win happen.
Yeah, look, Onami might be on just the final bits of fumes of their fuel tank here. The final stand is upon us, possibly going into round number 10. So yeah,
6 plus 3 plus 1 is 10. Yeah, we get it.
There we go, yeah. That is to nail the maths.
No, that's the rule with casters. We can do maths so long as it's below 15.
Look, at this point, it's a miracle that I can do anywhere past 5 at this point, mate.
Well, speaking of past 5, Smacker, he's going to hit Mach 5 at the moment, getting himself into the building and starting that acceleration towards the site. He wants to get in aggressively, clears out the camp on this barbecue side of the map. He's straight up black stairs, not wasting any time. Has the Hell Cloak engaged as well. Archie primed outside the door. They want to get in aggressively and take some serious ground. They will get the drone game going, though. They want Spacker to be able to pick up these kills, not contest them wantonly. And that's a smart play.
That is, in fact, the smart play. Albeit an aggressive push is being mounted here by Onami. Presence in the geisha, presence in the hallway. About to be a push into the drums, and this is exactly what MML hopes it will be by that doorway, holding on with either the shotgun or the SMG. In comes the swing. He has the momentum, he has the play, pulled out the grenade, and able to run away mostly scot-free. A slight tickle on his body there, and will be able to run away. Another swing could be coming about. He could be very deadly about this. No knowledge about the presence. Whiffs the spray, but deals a great deal of damage to Ghoul. Another one, and he's currently isolated, finally caught with his pants down there.
Yui will be traded back, but at least they keep Ghoul in play. Can use those final 2 nano boosts to keep the team nice and healthy. Eraser now picking up the position of drums, goes for the wall bang into T, not to connect, unfortunately. But right now, Onami still have 3 on the board. They've got explosive utility, they've got stuns as well, so they can relocate and re-aggress onto the site, but it's the player below. Player, ironically enough, with those 2 nades and the kill of the JPK that could blow this site wide open.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. All of a sudden, UG kind of feeling a little bit lost there, albeit certain misplays are still happening. Onami are well and truly in control of the attacking side. It's all working out so far perfectly well, albeit with Ghoul now running out of the boosts for health. It is going to be a little bit problematic taking a couple of those gunfights. Eraser still has a full possibility of just introducing that, well, upset into the play.
It was a magnificent little rappel angle that he found into VIP. He will fall, unfortunately. Eraser covering the cross and setting himself up as best as possible to contest this clutch, but it's a health differential that could come his way to bite him. Archie removed, and now it's Ghoul low. The nade's going to do nothing but tickle. Eraser in a great spot, sitting in display with 10 seconds left. Ghoul has to hit the head. Eraser, the pre-fire's good, and Underground will take themselves a victory and top of the table.
Oh my lord. Underground shut things down in a convincing victory. Whereas for Onami, look, a disconnected play, just barely any chemistry, and as it stands, a very unfortunate turnout for the remainder of the matchup. 11 and 10 kills for Zuve and MML, and certainly does show the fact that, well, it seems like the PS4 experience is certainly seeping through it all.
Not to mention that they were just winning gunfights, they were winning their ones, they were taking convincing, positioning, everything was just coming up in the favour of Underground Esports Club. Onami, yeah, they just looked a bit lost despite that late run from Smacker on the attack. Yes, the Nook looked good. Yes, he was finding ground, and yes, they were playing that little bit cleaner. But all that turns around, MML gets aggressive on the team and does some big damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Underground Gaming, massive congratulations to them. It's been an absolutely phenomenal turnout for them, and honestly, well, curious to see if they will be able to claim even more names now.
Well, let's see how they're doing after that victory. MML, welcome to the interview booth. You take top of the table with Underground Esports. You're coming out of nowhere, and you've taken down some of the biggest teams in the competition. How does it feel?
Surprising, honestly. We've just come from playing ranks with each other to doing LPL Pro Quals as a joke, and now we're here.
Now you're here, indeed. Look, going into Skyscraper, was there any sort of concern for you guys, or was it something that, like a map that you are quite knowledgeable about, or is it more so kind of the chemistry that is starting to kick in?
Honestly, I think as a team, we are really good on attack, and sort of our mindset was take them to Skyscraper, because a lot of teams we've seen, especially in OCN, don't really know how to play Sky. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, you've taken down one OCL team, one OCN team. Is there anyone else in the remainder of LPL Pro that you might have an eye on to take down?
I don't know. See how it goes. Odium's sort of up there, that's sort of the team to beat. But after today's performance, I don't really know anymore,
Well, look, congratulations once again on another very impressive win. Anyone you want to shout out before you let your head off?
Shout out to Manny and Phil and all the boys, and shout out to Dan the Miner, and shout out to JPK for not going 3-9 this game.
Yeah, look, he did all right for himself. But look, Cthulhu, 3 matches down, 1 remaining, and they've all been a little bit of an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. A huge, actually, upset here. And yeah, for Army, they get to sit on just the 3-pointer for themselves and just hope and pray that, well, they won't be overtaken any further. But for Underground Gaming, they're the first team that actually managed to send themselves out for the point, differential and point advantage over the rest of the leaderboard.
Well, coming up after the break, we head to our final match of the evening, that being Team 7 versus Alta Alios, to see who can escape the bottom of the leaderboard and who joins the mid portion of the pack. We'll be back soon. See you then.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ。お。ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Kia ora whanau, that guy Zeno J here, and I'm back with Let's Play Live as our friends at Bandai Namco contacted us and said, hey, Zeno, do you want to review our latest game, Elden Ring, and see how you go? And, well, let's see how I go. What is Elden Ring? Well, Elden Ring is the latest title from Software in collaboration with George R.R. Martin to create a new open-world epic story of a character who is tarnished and beyond the veil. In that world, they're going to have to fight for their life to try to beat the holders of the Elden Ring, where you will die a lot of times. You have to build up and level up your character. Like I said, it's open world, which means it's very, very epic, and there's so much to explore. And once you have your trusty steed, Torrent, you're going to enjoy so much more of the world that is out there waiting for you in Elden Ring. Now let's check this out. I did some reading online, guys. And what I saw, what was the thing, was to pick the astrologer class. If you want it to feel a little bit easier, and you also pick the golden seed as the buff you take in. What I really like so far is, like, in terms of graphics, the sheer fidelity's so beautiful. But yeah, these graphics just run so smoothly. I know that the way we're playing at the moment is to prioritize frames.
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for New Belt Nitro Signal, and he fell for it. He's looking to give coverage for his teammate, right? Can he lock it down? Yes, he can, but the swing's in. Triple for Shaq. No time. Pun has to swing in. Jordy's pulled off. He won it. Around.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
One matchup remaining, Cthulhu, and it's definitely going to be a great one to close out the night. Team 7, coming off the back of last week, they lost to Onami. Onami has just lost to Underground Esports Club. Does that potentially bolster Team 7 coming into this matchup against Altered Zelios?
Look, I mean, it's a different chemistry, and I think a lot of those teams that will be playing against Underground Gaming will need to really change their approach here, just given the fact that the sheer kind of unpredictability slash just mechanical gameplay that Underground has been presenting, it does change the overall playing field. But yeah, look, for Team 7 and Altered Zelios, this could be a rather interesting turnout because both teams kind of thrive on the chaos. Team 7 obviously having some roots in previous iterations of some of the rosters back in the early stages of LPL Pro, back in Season 1, Season 2, and even Season 3. Now looking to try to come back into shape, and overall I reckon it could be a good time for Team 7 to also pull a bit of a comeback, return back to the swing of things, finally get themselves on board overall. Whereas for Altered Zelios, look, they're coming off a nice win from last week against, I believe it was K16. And it was still a solid
I believe
turnout.
it was the Warriors. K16 played Underground.
True, yeah. It was the Warriors, yeah, correct. So, look, yeah. A number of plays that have been done, Clubhouse has been kind of the big winning map for AZ. So I do want to say that I think the actual conclusive decision we are going to be having is purely off the back of the map pick here.
Yeah, and I mean, coming into this matchup, Team 7 showed some very impressive stuff. It was big plays coming out of them. They really pushed Onami quite deep. Altered Zelios last night, they didn't have the greatest of matches. They really fell flat, really flat actually, compared to some of their recent performances. But look, let's take a deeper dive into the teams as they are at the moment. First up, of course, as you'd expect, Team 7 coming in formally, well, known as the Bandits roster. Campo, Phoenix, Sealy Khan, and Clutchy. Now, look, we've had confirmation. Not the Clutchy we thought it was.
Yeah.
Another one still operating in the Rainbow Six scene, but still a capable man himself.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, he was able to have a phenomenal performance last week. Unfortunately, just not enough to close out the victory for Team 7. But overall, yeah, a very able roster, and certainly has the capabilities of showing some good promises. I mean, obviously, they're the remnants of the ye-old Bandits Esports Club roster. Now adding Campo back into the swing of things brings in a little bit more maturity, a little bit more level-headedness maybe even, and now it's more so of a question in a similar way how Boff and Kingros were for Warriors. Campo needs to be that same kind of, I suppose, like a babysitter figure, or at least like that voice at the back of their heads to just get them back into the swing of things, prevent them from tilting, and then from there on, this may just be a very able roster.
Well, their opponents don't necessarily need a babysitter tonight. Of course, Altered Zelios, they're all well and truly capable on game day. A last-minute sub-in, it's KT returning to play for Altered Zelios. They had a sub in Fakers last week. They've got another one today. Look, I will say this again. The most impactful player coming out of the Women's League.
Absolutely, yeah. Cripsty has proven herself through and through. I mean, she was able to play OCL. She has been one of the big impact players during Women's League as well. So, like you just alluded about it, and with Banana, kind of Rice, Fakers, and Trippin. I think this could actually be a really solid roster, because even Trippin himself, he was able to pull off a great number of phenomenal plays. Rice, as long as he is able to, showcase himself and able to keep up with the rest of the team, I think AZ might just have a solid chance here.
Yeah, and look, final match of the day demands final map. We've had a bit of everything today. It's been a bit of a general discourse, but look, Skyscraper banned out immediately. We head back to Villa. The face says it all, but look, you cannot be more excited. It's KT, one of the highest performing female players in our region, the other one being Luna, of course. She's since stepped back from play, but KT is someone who can stand up on a game day and really put in the hard yards.
Absolutely. Look, Villa could still be a decent map, despite how much I just despise it as being that tertiary picked map within ANZ, but it is what it is, though it will be providing a great deal of flexibility to both of the rosters. On the side of Altazelius, they have a chance to really flex their whole roster, including allowing Cripsty to just go absolutely ham on just pretty much any roam operator she wants, or better yet, just give her, allow Valkyrie to slip in through, put KT on Valkyrie, and then proceed to acquire profits is basically going to be the idea here. But on the side of Team 7, they need to bring their A-game. They need to bring in their A-game coordination, and this is where they were falling apart back on the Oregon against Onami. And certainly they, again, will be challenged by this kind of chaotic nature, more so now with Altazelius than even against Onami.
Now, there are those of you at home that'll be thinking, oh, she's just going to come in and play a support role. You could not be more wrong. I can say this with confidence. With this adjustment, she is now the most deadly member of Altered Zelios, and that's not even a joke. That's not even saying anything. She is one of the most capable players in the region outside of professional play. She is incredibly good at what she does, as long as we're not on Oregon, of course.
As long as we don't hand her the impact grenades, and this is the rule number 1, literally any other piece of utility, you're solid. Impact grenades, miss me with that.
Yeah, but what she doesn't miss is her shots. She's gone toe-to-toe. She played Oceania last year with Altered Zelios. She went toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the competition. It was among the top fraggers in the server. So seeing her coming into this matchup, I'm excited. I love seeing KT play. Coming to the matchup, of course, we're going into Villa. It's an interesting map. It's going to allow for a lot of depth. It's going to allow Altered Zelios and Team 7 to really showcase what they're capable of.
Absolutely. Look, apart from that, I got to say, though, I'm very much excited for the continuation of that Faker's debut as well. He was able to actually dedicate quite a number of frags as well to AZ in the previous matchup as well, and being able to, keep up with the fragging, and it has been certainly a really solid his play of just slotting into the whole roster of AZ.
There you go, one of the tweets on screen. It's Clutchy, the man who's about to take to the field today. Make sure you remember, if you want to get on our screens as well, tweet at LPL_R6S, use the hashtag LPLPro, and we can get you featured up here as well. But I mean, look, I know that there are going to be certain people in chat who, look at this and they're like, why can't I play? Specifically, other teammates of KT in the Women's League. Aussie Princess has wanted to get into this level of play for the longest time, so maybe we see her join the Warriors, because that's the team she plays for in the Women's League. Maybe we see them go toe-to-toe. She wants to play on KT's team, but we know KT doesn't roll that way. But we're going into Villa, guys. It's going to be kicking off here to close out the evening. Of course, it is going to be Team 7 taking on Altered Zelios coming into this matchup. Team 7, they're looking to redeem themselves this week. Altered Zelios, they're looking to redeem themselves from last night. It is the redemption arc here.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the big chance for that redemption for Team 7, whereas for Altered Zelios, again, this is a possibility for them to push themselves on the top of the leaderboard. They had a decent game. I mean, it concluded in a pretty solid scoreline. I believe it was something across the lines of a 7-4. And now going into this one, well, they're looking to make this theirs yet again. Now, starting things off on the defense for Team 7, this is looking rather promising, given that, a little bit more of a safe ground. And Villa obviously does sport quite a number of the positions that the defense could really heavily fortify. It certainly should be looking rather promising. First ban being Thatcher, nothing too surprising, Panda, as it seems like we might be going the way of, the Thatcher-Flores duo. It just works.
Indeed it does. I mean, we're going back to the basics, the staples of the competitive scene at the moment. Nothing too surprising in that. Mira coming out for Altered Zelios as the defensive ban. You know, I would imagine the smart money would be on Team 7 banning out the Valkyrie.
Yeah, look, I mean, we being backed here by NZMA, here's the first lesson in esports as well. You want to look like you are a top-tier professional analyst for the LPL Pro. Predict Thatcher, Flores, Mira, and Valkyrie. And for the majority of the time, you will look like literally the Einstein of esports.
You're going to get minimum one, and that is taking into account potential troll bans. But here we go. Into round one, Team 7 on the defense, looking to kick things off and get themselves their first win. But Altered Zelios, this new addition, could be a bit scary.
I'm very excited for how will Crips T be able to slot back into Altered Zelios' roster. Obviously a team that stated back in Challenger League, stated going into LPL Pro, they're here to enjoy themselves and have fun. Whereas quite a number of teams going into all of this, they just want to, you know, they want to catch some dubs and they want to be the ones on top of the leaderboard. And usually, those are the teams that end up kind of playing themselves almost here. So, Team 7, they will be the ones to kicking things off. It's Melusi, Alibi, Smoke, Jaeger, and Cade. They're very well balanced out roster. Now all fully rocking the T7 tags as well, looking to well. Maybe it was the problem in the tags, because before first week it was all scarce and I think only a single person wearing the T7 tags. Maybe this will help them. I don't know. At this point, some sort of a miracle was needed for them back in Oregon, despite being a rather close scoreline. But for Altered Zelios, boy, I'm excited. I'm keen. I'm keen for it all.
Now, look, we're familiar with Altered Zelios. We're familiar with KT. Team 7, a little bit less so, but look at that.
Oh, no way. No way, that's the play.
We're following the leader, Banana. He talked about it, NZMA, NZQA approved course in esports, so you can get yourself started in the career, get yourself the knowledge, the tools, the base. But it looks like Banana is the teacher and he's leading the class at the moment. It is just, Trippin is the only one. He's the delinquent in the back of class making paper planes. Clutchy is going to be found by him immediately. Fakers, though, steals the kill. No, Fakers found one of his own.
Fakers found on his own. Fakers on his own school trip here, really, just finding all those frags, finding all those openings. And look at this, they're already flooding into the trophy as well. Statuary is about to be completely vacated as Phoenix tries to back out, but also wants to find some sort of a fight. And you look at all of these positions, all of a sudden majority of Villa has been forfeited. There is still presence at the bottom of the red stairs that has been completely unscouted for. Campo might just have the drop, and that is going to be extremely problematic for Trippin. But I say that Faker's already got it. It's all good, brother.
He's got it covered. Lee was in hospital last week. He's good to go now. He's been given the all clear, the med certificate. Look, it was a fair play thing last week. They had to make sure that their opponents had a chance to come out with a win, but this week it is all go. No bars held right now. Phoenix will find one to bring it closer a little bit. The jiggle around the study door is a dangerous game. But that Phoenix is being threatened right now. Fakers onto his window. The nade as well, popping, trying to dissuade him. It's all distraction at the moment. Phoenix
how is he alive?
just tucks tail into the corner outside of study. Carney on the side. Nitro deep. Is it going to be destroyed? No. It is going to be good to deny Rice the plant. But that is the denial now gone. Phoenix swings in, finds Fakers. KT has to cover and provide that support. Trippin, he's going to stick it out. KT falls. It is all down to Trippin, but no. Carney and Phoenix clutch up. A massive hold on for the team.
My, oh my. Phoenix. More like Phoenix, the bullet dodger at this point. How was he allowed to just run away from all of that gunfight and the hail of bullets that was following him? Is just absolutely beyond me, but that was a miraculous play there from Team 7, which does net them that first round, and quite a heavy fumble from Altered Zelios, I have to say.
Look, I mean, look, the intentions were good. The start was good. It was just the execution, not quite covering their bases, not being able to shoot the nitro cell out of the air would have helped, obviously, but... Well, look, it's only the first round. There's no reason to count them out. They can still win the next 5 in a row to take us into the half 5-1, but we had to split the second side of the map. Team 7. Largely the same operator lineup, and Phoenix and Carney are going to stick with what works.
Carney bringing in the rest of the roster together with that breach denial utility. will be assisting this time Campo, as the man is looking to bring in the mute as well. So not only the breach denial, but the drone denial as well could be coming in rather big. On top of it all, the Melusi and the alibi for the slowdown play and, well, some sort of a passive info gathering would do a good amount of good for T7. Clutchy to bring in the Jaeger should also deny quite a number of the projectiles that would be thrown around, including the Nomad, possibly Nomad charges, and the stun grenades of Zephyr. So for Ultratelius, I mean, they have all the utility, all the throwables to completely dispose of the ADS and the rest of the utility of Team 7, but it's more so about how they position themselves, how they perform and conduct themselves on those gunfights, because beginning to the first round looked rather promising for Ultratelius, but the moment it came down to a 2v4, it kind of all fell apart.
Yeah, they weren't quite able to deal with Phoenix. He was so incredibly low for the tail end of that round. They just weren't able to finish him off. And right now, he's looking to be just as much a nuisance as he was in that last one. He's picked up the mantle, the hold in towards Aviator. And the players in support being Sealy, of course, and the study balcony position could be dangerous. And it is for Banana. He's immediately fragged out.
With Banana gone, this is rather problematic. That's one of the LMGs. That's a lot of soft breaching potential as well, gone and out. Phoenix has a really tight angle to really hold, but the moment the pressure from the side winner comes about, he is forced to fall back. Now, still has the ability to get a couple of pot shots at Trippin. We'll be able to get the play. In comes the swing. Sealy gets the better of... I nearly said Shrek, been trying to read Faker's name the way how it's written here. But yeah. Yes, Rekaf just not really coping too well there, really.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of an over-ambitious play, but luckily they have Rice on the team. He's going to find one back, taking Clutchy down for 2 rounds in a row before he himself falls to Phoenix, who has relocated back to the site in all that flurry of action. KT, unfortunately, falls to Phoenix as well. Trippin might just be the last stand for the team. We saw a 2 versus 4 clutch in the last round. 1v3 with a minute 12 remaining could be possible.
Absolutely. Trippin, very able fragger for Ultratelius. Good attempt. Let's just call it that. A clutch, but given that so far Phoenix has been kind of on fire, I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be a rather quick ending to it all. 50 seconds remaining, and well, the push will need to be commenced sometime soon, as just very carefully jiggle peeking around the corners won't really net you a whole lot of success, mate. Gotta go in for the push, and already a number of the pre-fires and crossfires being set up as Phoenix goes in for the swing. Does actually die to the hands of Trippin, but 35 seconds remaining now. 2 very isolated 1v1, still very much workable, and well, T7 players do acknowledge that very thing, so rotation to try to rendezvous together could bode quite well.
Cheeky little angle from deep back of the site. Trippin, he's going to walk through Statuary at the moment. The shield there, the stand-up play. Come on, Trippin, you need to hit the heads. You need to find your mark, but he's just millimetres off. Nitro could come into play, and there it is, tossed deep, but not deep enough. Khan has the shield, and we'll find the kill off the back of it. Yeah, 2 frag grenades, 2 nitros in play, but this is an early tack pause.
That was actually a larger brain play with the C4, as the blast wave actually did take down the shield just at the perfect timing for the final kill of, I believe, Khan to actually get sorted. So, look, a decent idea, decent turnout, but alarming signs that Ultratelius is already calling in the attack, as they have been just falling apart very quickly. And again, in kind of a similar form how Onami on Skyscraper, just attempting to take this one by one, but not as much of a coordination as we grown accustomed to see from Ultratelius, despite us talking about their chaotic nature.
I mean, yes, but it's also coming down to the 1v2s and the 2v2s. So they are at least bringing it closer than, I mean, Onami were for the most part. Round 3, though, after the tack pause, I mean, it can be such a dynamic momentum shift, the tack pause coming into play. And if Ultratelius can get confirmation and information and whatever they need off the back of this tack pause, that could quite quickly turn into a more contested map. But it's hard to contest when you've got Phoenix, Khan, and the rest of the team for Team 7 fragging out the way they are.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, for Team 7, it's been so far a pretty good defense. I mean, certainly coming in much more prepared, much more coordinated. Certainly, it can be seen that a lot of preparation went into this very matchup, given that they're not really playing in Challenger League. They're not in National, so this is their kind of prime time to, you know, grind it out, get the experience, get the knowledge, and then at the next moment's notice, when the next qualifiers do come about, they might just be able to score themselves the spot in the further points of the Siege esports ecosystem. So now going into round number 3, after that tech pause, ANZ need to bring in quite a number of changes. And well, the first change coming about, Banana bringing in the Thinker, and well, it's Fakers to bust out the IQ. So they want to make sure that they have the information about the electronic utility, but on top of it all, they want to track Campo as well, as he will be basically, him and Clutchy will be the 2 priority targets in regards to the utility.
Limited bodies over the southern side of the map we're seeing at the moment for Team 7. Cthulhu, little to no resistance in terms of the downstairs lurk, but this long angle opened up by Rice there. It's not nearly as deep. They're not quite as far over the southern side. They are on the first floor because it's a first floor site. But you can see ANZ are looking to take a slightly different approach to attack right now.
Yeah, dual push there certainly could bode quite well, especially for that dual push between Rice and Banana, hoping to find that pulse as early as possible. But Campo does a very clever decision and decides to default back to the site. One of the 2 claymores do start coming about, and Rice, unfortunately for himself, does take a minuscule amount of damage. But as it stands, good so far fallback play by Team 7, albeit not just enough yet to fully default back to the site, and that presence over at Astro could be extremely beneficial in the late game.
Yeah, they want to cover their bases. You can respect the amount of work being put in, but unfortunately, Trippin just caught outside, shut down. And it leaves it in the 4 versus 5. Clutchy still holding this position as the Thunderbird has the Kona stations nearby to keep them healthy. So this team hold could become quite scary in quick succession. Nitro just a little bit to the left there. Unfortunately, we'll miss the opportunity on that one.
A bit stiff on the movement there. Unfortunately, won't be finding that explosive kill, but at the very least, Clutchy gets to hold his position. Oh, that is actually a good positioning away from the frag grenade. Does get to run away. A hail of bullets there won't be forgiven. Cripsty does find that finisher, as we do see the drop down, and finally, full default back onto the side. Cripsty claims the second one, actually getting the better of Sealy as well, and the continuous onslaught is just absolutely phenomenal. 4v1 just like that. It's all down to Khan.
Spray is going to connect onto Rice, but not enough to kill him. And the pop of the wall, the toxic canister above. Unfortunately, I think that might just be out of range to deny anything at the moment. It's just a little bit of chip damage, and KT will take 1 inhale, but the nano boost there will keep her nice and healthy. That 4 versus 1, Carney might just opt to save the KD here. Yeah.
He just shakes it.
No,
he gets
okay.
actually the better of Rice, but that was a hail of bullet. He's just shaking his head like, what am I supposed to do here? The sheer amount of angles coming about, and well, ANZ do finally find themselves that round win after 2 rounds loss. Early tag timeout seemed to have done just the right job.
I was just about to ask you, they're concerned about it anymore. It seems to have worked, and worked quite well. KT on the board, the rest of the team not far behind. We head to Aviator Games here in the 4th.
Now, Aviator Games was that round that sparked that unfortunate loss streak for ANZ. It's a very fortunate win streak, though, for Team 7, as they got that early buffer. But so far, yeah, that set up by Team 7 unfortunately didn't give a whole lot of promise once we went to that tertiary site. Now, going back to the main ones, question is, will ANZ be able to, tidy up their comms, tidy up their even coordination in the push, and what can be, delivered after that? Introduction of Zero on the side of Fakers, though, will be bringing a whole lot more of that info game. Not only will the Argus cameras will be able to gain and will be able to be staying hidden for quite a long while, plus the laser beam from each one of them should be able to work as that a substitute for a Twitch drone. So very, very utility heavy operator.
Not just that, but you can get the Argus cams into positions you can't get a Twitch drone.
Absolutely.
You can angle it high, find it on top of a wall. You can get it
through as well, the reinforced walls as well.
It's so impressive how powerful it is, and the fact that we don't see it played as much, given how much damage you can do to a utility setup at the moment. Well, we're into the round, Cthulhu. 2-1. The scoreline is a little bit closer this time around. Usually, you know, we've seen previous matches today just streak ahead. But, I mean, Delios, that last round was good. The first round as well was quite good. It was just a shame they lost it.
Absolutely. Definitely went down to rather just unfortunate picks. Clutchy already being found rather early with those scans, and this is the beauty of Jackal on Villa, an extremely impactful operator, and one of the reasons why you just ban him out outright, comparative to something like a Flores even and Banana just already full steam ahead, full sending it with a suppressed LMG.
He's just pre-firing everything, the power of the box mag. KT on the drones should spot out not just one but two. Sealy and Phoenix spotted there, noted to be pulling back towards the site, and they can just give the comms through. It's time to move up. The only Nitro cell in play coming from Carney. Last time we were on the site, it was what upset the very massive advantage for Ultratelios.
100%. Frag grenade's about to be pulled out. In comes the throw. Does it land? It does! Quality throw over to Phoenix. He is gone. The operator that should be the one to keep people safe from the grenades will be the one to fall to it. And you can already see the Argus cameras being set up. Already playing that huge role in that flank watch, as well as just being able to relay information as to where some of the players are not around. So far, Team 7 might just be in a whole grave danger, but with so many still very heavily fortified positions, they could just be able to vent out the storm.
Carney is the linchpin to this defense, though. He has the Nitro cell in hand. Yes, you got Camp on the toxic canisters, but we've seen time and time again how misalignments, mispositioning of the smoke is going to be enough to let that plant go down and trip, and he's trying to clear things out. Utility burn, the swing, aggressive from Sealy. Catches Trippin with the Gone 6 in hand, but unfortunately will not claim his life at the moment. Holding in Vault, 40 seconds now, and by the smoke to cover. Khan could do some real damage here to toxic canisters. I don't think it's going to be enough to deter the plant. Trippin will stick it out. There we go. Khan again. Nitro deep, but not deep enough, and the plant will be down with 9 players remaining. Make that 8. There's another Falls. Banana on a tear swing, and then Sealy gets 1, but it doesn't matter. Trippin there to cover the slack, and Carney finds himself alone. Plant down the 1 versus 4, and Banana, the big box mag, feeding out.
Absolutely spinning around, getting the final frag. Certainly does instill more confidence now in Ultratelios after that initial flog. They did manage to really finally bring themselves back. A good read and decision that, well, they've played literally quite the same similar positions as they did in round, and, well, just a simple need to push slightly further in into the site under the guise of the smoke grenades, pretty much done, sealed the deal. Another way that they could have really circumvented that whole play by Sealy as well in the vault was the introduction of Ying. Lob the Candelas through those drone holes, and, well, Bob's your uncle, and, well, you got
that requires far too much forethought. Thinking that deep into it. But no, look, it works. It worked in the end. And Khan,
absolutely.
Honestly, the smoke play was genius. Tossing the 2 smokes by the vault door. Khan had no idea where that Nitro cell was going to end up, and it obviously didn't quite go far enough to deny the plant. Ultratelios, they make the adaptation on the fly, and it is exactly what they need.
Absolutely. Perfect adaptation, perfect read, realizing it, and the setup was basically identical, which, well, for Ultratelios certainly boded really well. And having that flexibility in the hands of Rice, having those smoke grenades certainly did open a plethora of different new variations. Now, still a very frag-heavy roster for Ultratelios in form of the Finca, the Sledge, and the Iana, with the frag grenades. Could have been big, as we nearly witnessed a murder right then, right now, but
it's one of those moments where you hope your teammate doesn't have an itchy trigger finger, because you and I have been on the receiving end of that a few times ourselves, but already the pantry push is good. Ultratelios getting in down below the site, and the drone game is already absolutely massive. And this fake is... Oh, no. He spots a player in the cam. It just needs to be ahead. Oh, my Lord. That could have been Carney removed before the round had even gotten properly underway.
Absolutely. Frag grenades starting to also fly around. That vertical game from the dining and kitchen will be absolutely crucial here to play around, and it already forces that shuffle from Team 7 to start rotating around. They want to obviously clamp down and, well, completely shut down that push and have some form of a flank play ready, but it seems like they are a little bit hesitant. They want essentially the attack to walk into their hands. Frag grenade about to fly in. Is it going to connect? It damages Khan so heavily, but that is, I believe, that is the only frag grenade that was left in the hands of Trippin. There's still 2 more frag grenades in the hands of Crips T, so maybe she would be able to dish out a number on the Team 7's defenses, but as it stands, she has been more so just playing, watching that flank.
But Carney's clutch potential is shown through in previous rounds, and the fact that he's so low means that the likelihood of him doing it again is even lower. Still Banana looking to get into the bathroom, pops the window, just waiting, baiting, trying to get the info needed, jiggling around. Still has a full set of nano boosts available. The Nitro cell committed from Campo means that it's just Khan with his remaining. Look at this positioning, it's so good. Phoenix going to be tagged heavy in this round. This is not the ideal situation for Team 7. They've completely voided Astro. You can see the elbow. Unfortunately, Rice just getting too close. The shots are good. Clutchy will fall. Rice answers back, and it's Campo with the shotgun to do it. The swing out, it's good for another Banana. Campo is absolutely dismantling here. Looking for more. He can't make it happen. And for now, with 47 seconds remaining, Cthulhu, a great take results in it being Celia alone to resist.
Yeah, Celia unfortunately unable to find any sort of closure for himself, just doinked right in his bean, completely destroyed, shut down, and outperformed Team 7. Apart from that beginning 2-round streak, seemed to be borderline toothless, really, in their performance, and Alton Zelius are just marching on, and you can see all the smiles coming in. It's a good time in the AZ camp.
Yeah, look at that happy face of KT just sitting there, blank as always, stone cold, absolutely here to do one thing and one thing only, and that's play Siege.
I thought just you use the impact grenades.
Yeah, no, she's got frag grenades. She doesn't get impact till later on. But the tech pause, massive from them, comes in, results in 3 rounds on the fly, and potentially a 4th if they can win out here.
Certainly. 4th round could very much happen, given just the sheer momentum that so far has been accumulated by Alton Zelius. And it's looking to be rather potent with the way how things could be rolling about. Well, possibly Team 7 could really shut them down, but if they do, making it an even Steven 3-3, well, this would be a rather interesting result, given that, well, for Team 7 now on the attack, they could show a whole new level of aggression. They could be a little bit more confident about their play, given that now even ground could make, well, the factor of needing to catch up to their opponents way more minimal.
Exactly as it stands. Final round of the half, we hit to Aviator Games where it all kicked off, of course. This site, not been the ideal for Team 7 at the moment. The first one nearly lost in a 4 versus 2. They just managed to clutch it back the second time around. Even worse still, the smoke coverage was magnificent to deny that Nitro cell from Khan a second time around. Nade in, trying to deter that wall player. Not going to be the case, and I don't even believe there was an Electro Claw in play. Khan has one in the pocket.
Oh man. Trippin already applying quite a fair bit of a pressure from down below. Quite a very well coordinated play, as we can see even, the communication kind of sorting through with Trippin inquiring, have we checked even the library? Do we know if it's clear? Well, the answer so far, at least for us as the viewers, well, it is clear because Rice is around that area, and he's just attempting to proceed to commit some sort of explosive chaos, but none of it does actually connect. But it does clear out a number of the positions, which will be signaling for, well, just other options that need to be checked.
We didn't even touch on the fact that there are 8 frag grenades in play from the side of Alton Zelios, and there is a lot of vertical threat coming out of them. Pings galore. They want to try and clear out this player on the steps, and, well, the ADSs are covering to deny the utility there. Clutchy in a big pot of trouble. Trippin's just going to keep on walking, though. He's now top main stairs, and might just have that rotate option in. He's going to swing ahead of Campo. Just absolutely removed their Banana as well. Primed on the study door. That's exactly where you want your teammates to be, Cthulhu. This is quickly turning on its head for Team 7.
Indeed it is. Round 6 about to be snowballed into a lot of problems. There is positioning by Sealy just in the trophy and statuary, but that flank could be absolutely deadly. Another swing comes about. No, gets the better. Another swing. It's a 180. It's just a complete fall apart. A flawless round.
2 180s. 1 to 1 to 1 again. Rice is on the sauce.
He even gets claps to himself on his own performance, but round 6, my goodness. So far, AZ are just performing, and yeah, you can see the frustration. Team 7, just annoyance in what has transpired ever since that tech pause.
I mean, not to mention the breakdown of that round. First kill, Campo, taken out. Your smoke, your toxic canisters. Second kill, Carney, your nitro cell as well. So they had no plant denial. And then Rice goes and proceeds to style on them like an absolute madman. He's not one to top frag for the team very often, but he's one to hit the clips.
Yeah. Whenever he does top frag, it is an absolute pleasure watching him perform, and it's borderline feels like a miraculous occurrence. In saying that though, well, it's up to Team 7 to now lead the charge into the Villa, whereas Ultizelis are now the ones to be on the attack. Instantaneously, we do see a slight switch in some of the operators, and namely the introduction of the Mozzie on top of the Mute. So doubling down on denying that information, forcing Team 7 to go essentially face-checking each one of the corners will make things a little bit more problematic and will way more rely on just that reaction speed, which half of the time could be caught off guard.
Not to mention they've foregone the smoke in favour of a second nitro cell, that explosive utility, and I mean, it's just that power to be able to play below.
All I'm going to say, thank goodness that it's Trippin that taken the role of Malusi with the impacts. And Wamai is being given to Rice Fries.
Yeah, it's also good that we're not on Oregon.
That's also a good thing,
the bane
yes.
of KT's existence here. But her on the Mozzie is a pretty potent combo. Playing with the P10 Roni with a nitro cell was just the sheer amount of information possible. You look at the attacking lineup, stock standard, they've got the Chimera duo plus Iana, Hibana, and Ace. So they're doubling down on that hard breach as well. But with a mutant play, they're going to have to clear it out.
It's also on top of that, it's kind of idea that they're trying to accommodate for in case, say, either Hibana or the Ace do go down, they would still have one more chance to really go for. So they're kind of giving themselves some extra room as well to play around and to have at least some sort of safe ground.
Yeah, I noticed that. Rice is just he's spinning. He's stoked that he got that. He's just leaning into the 180 plays from last round. He can't even believe he pulled it off. But I mean, it was impressive. It truly was. He just back to back to back, right in the right positions at the right time. Clutchy, ping it out the pass there. Campo has that information and should want to clear it out. You can just see they're so concerned about this first floor, and Phoenix finds one, but it's taken back immediately by Rice. You've lost your finger at the cost of one of your nitro cells.
I mean, that sounds like a good still trade by the defense. Banana wants to take that early gunfight against the Iana of Sealy, but as it stands, it's been kind of a little bit fruitless there. E1D, I believe, did also ring out, but Gripsty just rids Campo of his life, maybe even his wallet at this point, since she is playing Mozzie. And, well, stun grenade starting to come in. Rice just waltzes in for another. That's a triple for the man. He's just off the hook. No fourth, unfortunately, though, but that's all right. Already the damage has been dealt.
We can forgive him. It's still another back-to-back triples in the round. And Clutchy outside of the study balcony just seems lost and dazed without a plan. What can you do in this situation? There is so much that comes into it. Even if he does clear out players on site and get onto the said side. No! Banana just in the middle of the hallway hits the prone button, says it's time for a bit of a nap.
Understandably, though, off the back of that...
Cthulhu. How many rounds in a row after that tack pause?
5.
5 rounds after the tech pause called in round 2.
Look, formidable turnout from AZ. Almost actually, you know what actually is funny though, Panda? Yesterday we had a day of upsets. 3, as a matter of fact, out of 4 upsets. And one game that did go as we expected. Tonight has been a similar thing. I mean, we'll look back. Antics versus Odium. We were expecting Odium to win out given just their caliber of a team. Antics win. Warriors versus 1620 Kings. 1620 Kings looked rather solid in their performance yesterday. Lost out to Warriors. UG versus Onami. Again, expectations that Onami, being the OCN team and having that experience and prowess and the history in LPL Pro, would win out. Completely lost in the sauce. Now, Team 7 versus Altazelius. It seems like Altazelius are the only ones that are sticking with the consistency so far.
Yeah, look, you could just see the frustration on the faces of Team 7. They're trying to talk it through. They don't quite know which direction to pivot here, especially being down 3 rounds, especially given that Altazelius playing with a last-minute sub, mind you. KT, a part of the roster from ages ago, stepping at the last minute to fill the void. And just look at them. It's business as usual.
Yeah. Nothing too unusual, nothing too frustrating there for AZ at all. They are vibing with the whole crew. And it shows, you know, having a good time, having full confidence. I gotta though say, Rice has been just hitting absolute heaters, left, right, and center.
Clip machine that he is.
Clip machine, absolutely. Being the, you know, the streamer, the comp player, and now the clip heater.
I do have to say though, Cthulhu, it tossed my mind back. The last time...
Don't toss your mind, you still need to.
Yeah, like, I don't want to stress it, but the last time, you know, KT was involved vocally with this team was a couple of weeks back, their match against LFO, and she backed LFO in that matchup and AZ lost. So you got to wonder, I mean, is this a brief partnership that we're seeing here where they just need her for now and they're going to toss her aside once she's helped her out, helped the team out? Because you got to remember, that was a pretty significant betrayal. And Banana is now a Frostmat.
Yeah, look, on your question about KT, whether that's just a brief partnership or not, I think this is a beginning of reignition of a long-lasting partnership. Nah. And Banana, look, yeah, he tried to be cheeky. He tried to be sneaky. Now, Campo doesn't allow that. That's we don't do that here. Albeit valiant effort, and maybe if he decided to stick around as the Frostmat, it would have been a much more successful venture. Apart from that, nothing really came off it. So, for T7, they got now first opening, which is rather fortunate, rather good, but they still need to deal with another 4 members of Altazelius who still have a really decent setup up on the site. Now, the problem being is that no presence on the ground floor means, well, free real estate for the taking, and that's exactly what Sealy looking to completely negate as the the X-Gyros get completely zapped out into just infinity.
Both teams playing the pocket claw. Phoenix sticks his head out too far and they think you're gone once again. That's big. The Saria Gate reset as well. KT in a bit of danger, but it's Rice to step up and help her out in this situation. Player and Walken. It is going to be clutchy there. He's on the drones. If Rice can find an opening, the drone will be shot out. Rice going to just snake himself out of danger there for the moment. We enter the second half here of round number 8, and oh no, the opening that they do have is not one that you can jump through.
Neither jump through nor crawl through either, so those will be used as just plain, well, peek holes really. And again, T7 forced to go through those choke points. It is going to be rather problematic. Magnets will be catching the utility and, well, yeah, look, Sealy is in for a nasty surprise of a crossfire between Cripsty and Rice.
There's a very real chance that Rice cold clocks him right now, but it's the flank below. The drone still won't have spotted Rice, and there is a player lurking up Astro stairs. They seem to have some idea. The step out, and Sealy's going to shut him down, finding KT as well to boot. It's on the shoulders of Fakers and Trippin to try and clutch up Trippin, desperately getting back towards Trophy for now, and Fakers over on the other side, holding deep from the landing. And what a shot from Clutchy. Takes the head. Campo almost falls to the spray of Fakers, who on the regress with the help of Sealy is going to take one back. And Team 7, it seems the MVP tonight is Tac Pauses.
Certainly, it looked like it served as a nice reset for Team 7 to talk it all out, to just get back into that level-headed position. I mean, maybe it was just as simple as it was just a call, guys, let's just stop going one-on-one and just keep on pushing all together. Get back into that kind of formation and sort out the comms, and that's exactly what seemed to have granted Team 7 that really nicely organized push. Despite some initial problems and despite the bit of a hiccup with the Hibana charges, the rest of it worked out pretty much perfect.
Banana, no longer a Frostmat, has opted into something a little bit different instead. He's going French. The duck now in play. I don't know if it would have helped him in that last round, but we also see KT bringing the frost in.
Panda.
Oh no. He's playing the CQB shotgun Cthulhu. I don't know if that is, well, actually it seems to be intentional given his editing of the site, playing, you know, fulfilling that role that a smoke would have played, but I'm intrigued.
Hey, I mean,
I'm excited. I mean, even more potent frost mat than a Jaeger would have been.
Absolutely. Slight few changes here on the reinforcements as well, as it seems like a very up close and personal contention as well with the ADS, triple ADS.
This
stack.
is a walk-in closet hold
that
with
is
the shotgun dock.
That is a blast from the past as well. We haven't seen this kind of setup for a long while, especially with some of the recent changes that have been made almost negligent kind of, but Banana might just be able to pull it off here.
The only problem being, of course, that there is, well, nothing to deny the drone information, and Clutchy should be able to get in, spot him out, and the setup entirely. They should either be able to frag it out from below or just negate it entirely by overwhelming, throwing in the utility and catching him off guard. But that reinforcement on Sealy's wall right there, that's a big one, because no longer can you throw the frag grenade in through bathroom.
Absolutely. Well, look as well. Phoenix is actually going in for a solid push by himself. Might just be able to catch off Fakers as well with the scan, with the push. Fakers has the position, but Trippin does get the better of Campo, which means that no more Hibana play. Another swing, Phoenix gets the better of Trippin, so that's a clean trade. Now it's all down to Fakers to actually get that trade back, get rid of Phoenix before any more information has been relayed. And, well, instead the decision is there to fall back, which is not a bad decision to, you know, rotate people around, and Banana was able to fall back from the position.
They've completely given up on walk-in wardrobe. Banana's presence, paired with the utility denial there, has caused them to fully give up. And now look at this, Faker's going to pick up his ADSs, relocate them, knowing full well that Team 7 is no longer prioritizing this. Rice will head downstairs through the hatch. This is massive stuff. Phoenix falls and Banana, he's found one on the statue right now. And all of a sudden, Team 7 know they are in a world of hurt, and this is about to get scary if they push the door.
Quite problematic as well. Banana will need to very much nail his shots as well. In the CQB shotgun and the flank from Rice. This could be absolutely deadly. One, two! He gets it! That's a triple for Banana out of a blue!
What a team! And the man known for his shotgun play on both the defense and attack. KT falls, but who cares? What a round from Alton Zalios, and they are one round away from victory.
Wow. Rice handing out the 1-2s left, right, and center. Wow. Look, I mean, all you can say with that one, it's a conclusive decision. Banana is the king of the castle.
Oh, I mean, the guy's known for his shotgun plays. It was no surprises that once he headed over to a shotgun, he was going to far exceed anything he achieved with an assault rifle and SMG. Aviator Games Cthulhu, and we could be facing down the barrel of a 7-3 victory, which would mean that Alton Zalios pick up their second win of the stage, and Underground would not be top of the table alone.
And then comes the big sort of question, how will then Alton Zalios fare themselves against Underground? Because that's, again, a whole completely different skill set that even comparative to Team 7 is being brought upon. And, well, for Alton Zalios, namely, they will probably want to also keep an eye out on the map picks because, I mean, we've even mentioned that before a couple times that usually the new maps that have been introduced, say like Water, like Skyscraper, even like Theme Park, could be now in the current situation, in the current meta, could be titled the maps where the good teams fall, just given how fresh those maps are. And as, well, was alluded by MML, a lot of high-end team do want to practice them initially to reveal a lot of the possibilities, a lot of the plays, and certainly that was one of the big factors against Onami as well. So, in saying that, we are now on a match point. Alton Zalios in around 10, absolutely looking to smoke their opponents.
Indeed. Not that there is a smoke in play, though, mind you.
Oh.
It's proved to be completely irrelevant, if we're being honest. Rice gets aggressive, but unfortunately his elbow is just a bit too pointy, sticking out there and giving away the game to Phoenix, who will frag him out right now. Tripping there as well, and he is going to fall to the PDW of Phoenix as well.
Team 7 are angry. They are
do you blame
angry.
Bomb located by attackers.
just with the way how that last round unveiled, and understandably so. Look, it has been a very frustrating result of it all, but with 3v5, this could be problematic. 2 minutes, they are about to make an entry into the site.
Bit of a jiggle P there from Fakers trying to bait out the shots from Phoenix, and yeah, the scan is going to reveal that he's deep in the vault right now. Pings are good with the drones, but it's Banana, the unknown quantity right now. Again, last round he just punched through. Aggression, swinging out with the CQB shotgun. Right now he's crouch walking his way through statuary, much to the chagrin of Team 7. They don't know. The back is there. That's diffuse control. Swing out for one more. Does he do it? No. He's looking the wrong way and will feed Phoenix his third. Fakers, this gives him room to work with as the diffuser needs to be regained. KT falls and it's all on Fakers. He can't do it. 4 for Phoenix, 1 for Sealy. And Team 7 will get themselves 1 round closer to OT.
Well, Team 7 with a revenge coming in. Rather huge performance there from them. And look, I mean, that early aggression, just basically with the live drones just walking in, that sheer aggression has been absolutely big. And yeah.
Cthulhu, it's come to my mind. We've seen one dining played. We've seen one dining played and nothing else but Aviator Games and Split Trophy Statuary.
Yep.
That is a rare occurrence, and it speaks to the attacking capabilities of both teams because, well, teams have been given the option to repeat sites, and by the time they look to go to a new one, it's unlocked once again. But Cthulhu, there you go. You see what I see. KT bringing in the EDD. Unfortunately, then, still no shotgun for Banana this round.
Yeah, well, it's a rare occurrence when Banana is fully charged up. Then he whips out the shotgun and able to pull off absolute bangers of a performance. Right there, and I mean, it just needs a bit of a cooldown to, recharge himself back up.
It's a power weapon.
It's a power weapon. Yeah, absolutely. It's like one of those rechargeable abilities, more so even. And look, for Alta Zealous, I mean, nothing to worry just yet. They still have a 2-point differential here. Team 7.
Banana, he's obviously been playing a bit with Coach Pronewin. He likes to spend a bit of time on the floor, likes his shotguns. But, I mean, yeah, look, he's actually, there's a window there. They can probably see me. I should move.
I suppose I'll have to bail.
Yeah, I'll just go. But look at this. Beelining towards this southern side of the building.
This could be interesting as well. Phoenix, to apply some early pressure again on those windows, should be able to start attracting quite a fit of attention with Campo and Sealy spearheading the push through the main staircase. They might just be able to once again play off that momentum. Drones confirming nobody is on the main stairs either, so that is yet again a lot of free real estate given up, and the rotation needs to come about. Where are the calls? Where's the information as Cripsty goes down? Once again, Team 7 just absolutely catching Alta Zealous off guard.
Phoenix for a second, they're just feeding him kills right now. A third even, it's a triple with the PDW as he hits 13 kills in Villa right now. This round win would give them 1 round away from the overtime point as well. That's pretty big to say the least, but the EDDs, they're concerned about it a little bit. It's Fakers and Banana to hold on, the swing on in. Phoenix has the sight, has the positioning. Does he have info? He's looking for a 4th. Can he find it? Fakers down, but no. It's not going to be a 4K for him. It's a flawless, though, for Team 7.
My goodness. Team 7 turning it all up, and Alta Zealous here way less happy comparative to the result of how Banana really turned up with the French shotgun on the side of Team 7, though. Much more coordination, less of a tilt. But again, it's not over yet for either one of the rosters. As for Alta Zealous, though, they are still 1 round away from winning it all out. Team 7 are only 1 round away from pushing this to OT and denying the 3-pointer, which will be a rather big upset given the trajectory that Alta Zealous were heading into.
Yeah, not to mention it'd be the first overtime we have this season. Cthulhu, worrying fact though for Team 7, AZ are the only ones with the win on this site right now. That being said, it was on the attack. So there is every potential that it could go the other way right now. But dining, kitchen, and play, the second time we are seeing it here in this match.
It's one of those sites that quite a number of teams back in the last year of OCL were able to adapt as their primary one, and were able to push this to just absolute perfection. So quite possibly we could be seeing very similar play here from ANZ if they've done their homework, that is. If they've done their homework. And then an adjustment with introduction of a Thunderbird. Now, we've been talking about that a few times. The need for those heals, need for some sort of a reset after a certain amount of gunfights. And Thunderbird does certainly bring that over into the play. Now, Banana, not the M1014 pulses we so grown accustomed to see, but the UMP 45 one still has plenty of, well, utility, plenty of firepower to deny a number of pushes. And just need to make
Rice
sure that
is powering up again.
Yeah, Rice is powering up again. His plays. He's slurping on the aim juice.
But it's not even the M1014 or anything like that. But it's the fact that there's 4 nitro cells in play.
True. That's
exactly what you want with Banana. Nasili unfortunately baited out there by the Prisma. Scan to come through for Phoenix. He's scouted out one. I believe that is KT, who's just relocating, trying to make a bit of a nuisance of herself. Faker spotting players over towards Bike. Not going to connect the shots just yet, unfortunately. And I think a decent way that they've managed to combat this is not going for the upstairs push. The scan for Phoenix on to Rice right now could be absolutely deadly, but he swings the other way, almost overcorrecting in this position. Trippin not going to feed him the angle. And a well-placed nitro cell, he could do a lot of damage.
Oh, no.
But that wasn't a nitro cell.
That was a breaching charge.
That was Clutchy.
Yep. That was a breaching charge from Clutchy, but at least Khan is able to find his opening onto Rice. Unfortunately, the Cade player won't get to stick around for long. And now Trippin completely locked out. This is going to be problematic, given that Team 7 just managed to split a number of rotations apart, leaving quite a number of players pretty much out and outside of the ability to have a safe rotation back onto site. So very isolated, very claustrophobic gunfights about to erupt.
Oh, cheeky angles there. Fakers does big damage to Clutchy. There's no Finker in play, which means this could get very problematic. Phoenix tucked into Pantry. They don't know he's there, but Carney dropping Fakers puts this in a 5 versus 3. You look at the health bars, though, they're so low, and especially with shotguns, with nitros in play, there are 2 remaining to them right now. Phoenix will pop that Pantry door. KT might need to move. She's just out of line of sight. The stuns will come through. Pulls out the M590 once again, steals herself with the resist. Banana for 1, but it's Carney back for a 3rd. That's a lineup and a half for Trip, and he finds 1, finds 2. We're down to the 2v2, but Phoenix is there on the job. Banana has a great little angle. Can he find the head? A 1 versus 1 to close the map out, and Clutchy's on the ground. Campo rotating around, has the nade, will pop the shield. The nitro's not there for him. Campo's trying to get the pickup. It's not working!
He doesn't!
Banana clutches up for AZ!
Oh no, Team 7, oh so close to OT, but Banana by the end of it once again pulls out the miracle play just when it was needed the most. And ANZ, that's a 3-pointer in their hands.
Massive stuff. Look, Rice top of the table, Banana with 14, Trippin with 11. KT, look, it wasn't the biggest game for her, but she did what she needed to do for the team. That was her role tonight. She didn't have to come in and frag. She came in, she filled the role, enabled the team to do the work they needed. And AZ join Underground Esports at the top of the table without dropping a point.
Perfect turnout there by the conclusion of it all, albeit it was a little bit close, but regardless, a solid performance.
Well, look, he's here to join us, Trippin from the ANZ Cat. Look, you had us in the beginning. You take the tech pause. You then pick up 5 in a row. I mean, what was being said after round 2?
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, like, the first 2 rounds played out, like, early rounds reasonably well. Like, especially the first one, it was just like a throw, like, later on. Basically, Ben just told everybody to stop talking during prep phase and actually listen to him, because before that it was a bit chaotic in the Discord and nobody was really, like, doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Fair enough. Look, after the conclusion, how you guys just absolutely pulled off some massive performances closer to your match point, you kind of reached that 6 point, and then things kind of started looking like as if they were slipping away. What was going on in the side of AZ?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Like, we just sort of, like, it was late setup a couple rounds, and we were just, like, get out of position, letting people, like, they were taking master quickly, and we were just, like, not there to hold it. So it was just things like that.
Fair enough.
And now I have a very important question for you, Trippin. A couple of weeks ago, KT denounced you and backed LFO in the win, and how have you let her back into the roster after such a betrayal?
Definitely not by personal choice. Yeah, wasn't my idea. I think just needed somebody and she was available, sort of thing. No.
Look, it's always a pleasure to have you in the interview booth with us, Trippin, and to see AZ pick up a win, and what a way to do it. You just deny overtime. But before we let you head off and celebrate, is there anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out boy Bat. Yeah. That's all.
Simple, easy, you love it, Trippin. We'll see you next week. Cthulhu, what a way to close out the night. Close, a nail-biter down to the final round of regulation and a 1v1 to boot. Banana had a magnificent game.
Oh, yeah. It was an absolutely scrumptious game from him and Rice, as a matter of fact, and Trippin as well. So it has been a phenomenal time for Oceania. So look, and they will be the ones to join Underground Gaming in the top of the leaderboard.
And speaking of the leaderboard, let's see where it stands at the moment. 1620 Kings, unfortunately, locked down the bottom with Team 7, which we wouldn't have expected after last week. Vodafone Warriors, Onami, Antic, and Odium all stuck with 1 point between them, and then Underground Esports and Altered Zelios sitting top of the table, only separated by round differential. That is big. Tonight has been a rather interesting night.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, I gotta say, this isn't the leaderboard that I was expecting to see by the conclusion of week 2, but this is the one that we got, and I'm genuinely surprised with all of this. This does show us kind of a potential for some new big storylines, some new big legends to be formed, and well, some possible redemption storylines to come through comes week 3.
And speaking of week 3, let's take a look at our matches for next week as well. Get them up on your screen. Kicking off the day, Team 7 versus Underground Esports. Potential for another upset there. Odium take on top of the table, Altered Zelios in match 2. Onami and Vodafone Warriors looking to break out from the middle of the pack. And Antic looking to dish out some revenge to close the night. I mean, could you ask for better matches?
Oh, honestly, I'm excited for all these, as each one of them bears a lot of potential to shake up the leaderboard yet again, and yeah, each one of them seems to be very almost evenly matched, and even in the playstyles department, we could be seeing very similar performances.
And speaking of shaking up, if you want to shake up your internet game, make sure you use !Orcon in the chat. Sign up for one of the 18-month plans and you would bag yourself a $1,000 Razer gaming package, chair, mouse, keyboard, and headset. That's a pretty sweet deal if I'm being perfectly honest. But Cthulhu, week 2 done, week 3 on the horizon. Do the upsets continue, or was it just a trend today?
Oh no, I'm definitely thinking the upsets do continue here. And honestly, with some of our initial storylines that we formed with some of the teams from national leagues kind of looking to be the Titans, now it's time to forge the new legends here.
Well, forging new legends, we'll have to wait until next week, unfortunately. Playday 2 is done. Up next, Playday 3, same time next week. We'll see you back in the studio then. A good one.
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for New Belt Nitro.